Hey, perfect timing. Welcome back, everybody. How are you guys doing tonight? Hopefully, you guys are doing well. I hope you guys have had a good Sunday, a good Easter Sunday for those who practice or those who celebrate. Um, we had a pretty chill day today. Um, I'm eating a parfait because parfaits are delicious. um, so yeah, we're gonna get into the reading here in a bit. Once I finish eating my parfait. But I hope you guys are doing well. I hope you again, like I said, I hope you guys have had a good weekend. I'm keeping an eye here for Mancha in case Mancha tries to come into the room. Hmm. Ah. But yeah, gotta go back. Oh my god, I've been muted this whole time. Uh hey, how's it going? I was gonna say it's like I've been eating a parfait. I was muted throughout that whole thing. I'm eating a parfait right now. Asking how you guys' Sunday went. Hopefully your Sundays have been good. I'm an idiot and didn't unmute myself. Fantastic. No, you were hearing me? Oh, okay. I must have hit the mute button by accident then as I was setting down my spoon. Okay, glad. I'm glad that I wasn't muted the entire time. But yeah, the weekend is over. Back back to the office I go. Though I will say, thankfully, it's gonna be a shortish week for me, kind of. I think I will be subbing this week. I think I do have a substituting assignment. Um, but I will, I will only be working a half day on Tuesday. Because I've got to take Pumpkin to the vet on Tuesday. Also, Metal Sun and Magic have been acquired. Nice. Hell yeah. Yeah, I'm honestly surprised. Like, so given what you guys told me that the game takes about 20 to 25 hours to play through. It's kind of crazy that I played as much as I did yesterday. I played, anywhere from a fifth, no, about a fifth of the game, given breaks and all that stuff. So I am curious to revisit Chrono Trigger, especially since it seems like it's a shorter RPG. So that might be one that I pick up back up again sooner rather than later, just because it's a shorter game. At least from what it sounds like anyway, it's a shorter game. Especially that pacing. That pacing feels really good. Where it didn't feel like I had played that long, yet I had done so much already. Like that's honestly kind of crazy. But yeah, um, but yeah, again, I hope you guys are doing well today. Um, we got a week ahead of us, thankfully. Or we'll, like I said before, we got a short week ahead of us. Like I said before, I think I will be substituting on Friday. Let me just double check just to make sure. Um, yeah, I will be substituting on Friday. Oh, wait. Also, I'm trying to find like other like other Fridays where I can work, and nobody like none of the schools have been calling me, or and none of them have been reaching out for like, oh, or none of them have none of the teachers have been putting their substituting assignments on the website, which really sucks. So yeah, I only got two scheduled assignments so far. One on the 10th, which is this week, and then one on the 8th of next month. So yeah. Doing okay, gotta try to schedule a doctor's appointment for Thursday. I'm a bit hungry though. Gotcha. Are you at work right now, Sully? I'm assuming so, but I'm not too sure. Uh, unless you have unless you have Easter off, which would be rad if you did. Hmm. Ugh. But yeah, I finished my parfait, so we're probably gonna get into the reading here soon. Not really much going on right now. It looks like. Yeah, it doesn't seem like much is going on right now. I woke up, thankfully not today. Okay, that's good. I was gonna say I woke up this morning and I saw this what's it called? I saw this Twitter post that says like Trump is dead at 79, and I was gonna say yes, thank God, and then when I clicked on it, it was like, oh, it was just a fucking joke. I was like, God damn it, like fuck. I was I was so disappointed. I was like, oh come on. Like I was hoping for the orange fascist to have just been the last of our concerns for a while, but no, he was not dead. So I was a little disappointed waking up this morning and seeing that, and then finding out that that was a joke. Also, that X version of Chrono Trigger has some nice visual extras. Now the party members have a little inn at the end of Time to Rest at. Ooh, nice. That's the one you mentioned to me that night. Holy shit. Okay, so I am seeing this video where it is this dude, like this dude's huge. He's absolutely massive, but he's moving around and like super flexible too. Holy hell. That's wild. See, this goes to show that regardless of your size, you can be very athletic. Let me actually go ahead and show it to you. Yeah, it is definitely harder though. Got my ass beat at least twice. Damn. Before we get into the reading, let me show you this video because this is one of those things that when I see it, I'm like, holy fuck, this is awesome. If you ever want a reference for how a big guy for the fact that a big guy can move just as easily as a little dude, here's this. Because athleticism comes in all shapes and sizes. So, like, look at this dude. Look at that. That's fucking wild. Like, not only is he, flexible, he's got that athleticism you don't really see with big dudes like this. Like, look at that stretch. Like, holy shit. I gotta say, like, what? This dude's probably 300, 300 pounds, maybe? No, maybe not that much. Maybe 250, I want to say. Because I don't know how tall he is, but look at that. Man would go crazy on the dance floor, yeah. Like, like that's so. Again, it just goes to show that no matter your size, you can be, again, hyper flexible and super athletic. Um, I remember I actually saw a video where they were saying like if you're gonna do like weight training, because the thing is, it's like when you're putting on muscle mass, you if you don't train flexibility at the same time, you're gonna lose a lot of flexibility and movement, right? It's why you see bodybuilders and like they get like they're shredded, but then they can't move, right? They have no ability to move and stretch really. Um, but they said like if you're actually like stretching the muscles as well and taking time out of your day to do the static stretches, right? You're able to keep up the flexibility while also putting on muscle mass. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's why ballet is recommended to NFL players too. I did not know that. That's interesting. That's pretty cool. Yeah, no, that's sick. Yeah, that's fucking sick. So yeah, no, I wanted to show that off for a bit, just because it's one of those things that, um, yeah, that's right as hell. I like all the comments too. All the comments are like, "Yo, bro, it's Chris Redfield," or he's giving me Devil Lance vibes from King and Ashura, or looks like a Baki character, and I'm like, that's fucking hilarious. Or at least a stretching exercise stretching for ballet. That's fair. Yeah. Um. Yeah, mobility is one of those things that you lose a lot if you're just focused on bodybuilding. Um, that's one of the reasons why I'm not the biggest fan of weightlifting in general. Like for me, weightlifting is a supplementary thing that I use for my workouts. Whereas I prefer like calisthenics, even though I'm bad at those. Calisthenics, cardio, and like martial arts stuff. That stuff I just generally prefer because it's a little bit more like body active, I guess, or like it just I don't know. I feel like I have to be more mindful of how my body's moving through calisthenics than just weightlifting on its own. Now, don't get me wrong, like squats and like full body exercises are definitely one of those that are like, ah, yeah, you got to keep in mind like you got to keep in mind of your body from like your head to your toes, because squatting is not just about your legs; it's about your back, it's about your chest, it's about your core, and all that stuff. Um, but like just other workouts are just like this is so boring after a while. I actually like leg day for a lot of that reason, because leg day is one of those like it's a lot more engaging to my brain than other workouts. I was also gonna say he probably gives great hugs. He probably does give great hugs, yeah. He probably does. But yeah, shenanigans aside, we're probably gonna just here. Give me a quick second here. All right. Oh, though, you know what? It was really funny at lunchtime. Um, concerned. My mom is a concerned grandma, right? She is my whereas like my mom was very much not a helicopter parent when I was growing up, and when I was the last kid, right? So I am the youngest. By the time my mom had me, she was just like, just you know, give him to a babysitter or have my sister babysit me and blah 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 blah. She was not much of a helicopter parent, right? Um, but as a grandma, my mom is so worried about so much stuff about whenever it comes to the kids doing anything. Um, because my nephew, I guess my nephew must have gotten like a little one of those like motorbikes that are like they're the ones that you don't need a license for, right? I'm gonna have this playing in the background while I rustle up some grub. No worries, Sally, all good. But yeah, so my nephew must have gotten himself a one of those little motorbikes that are, you know, I think like less than 150 cc's, and I doubt it's even that, right? Because 150 cc's that's street legal, or like that you would need a license in order to drive, right? And my mom was just like so worried because it's like I don't know why your brother gave him this bike, and I'm like, well, because he's a little gearhead, mom. It's like, of course he wants to like learn how to like ride a motorcycle and all this stuff. It's like he's 13, right? He's not going to be driving he's not riding a big motorcycle like I am, right? He's driving a little thing that is probably no more than 100 cc's, and my dad says, yeah, I think it's like a 50 cc's at most. um Mind you, I will say though, my mom was like very, even though my mom was working most of the time, like most of the time growing up, it's part of the reason why I never got to do any of that cool stuff, like ride around in RVs and all that, or have like a BB gun though, because like by the time like my mom retired from working, and she was just like a stay-at-home parent, she was just like, no, you can't do this, no, you can't do that. And I'm like, it's like, come on, man. It's like I'm a little bit older now. Like, can't I have an RV, or can't I go hang out with my friends who have RVs? It's like, mind you, I didn't have that many friends that had RVs, but I had some that did. Um, but it was just one of those things. It's like, I don't think I did not ride an RV until I was like 28, I think. I think that was the first time I rode an RV. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's the first time I ever rode in an RV, and I'm like, um, never had an airsoft gun or anything like that until I was a lot older, and I'm like, it's like, man, dude, it's like I think that's probably why my brother is like, yeah, I mind you, I don't think my brother ever got like my nephew like an airsoft gun or anything like that. But I think it's part of the reason like why my brother is just like, yes, I'm just gonna let the kid get a little thing, right? Like a little motorbike that he can learn to ride on and all that stuff. And if he wants to keep up with it, he can keep up with it. If not, it's nothing. Nothing like there's no harm in it. So yeah, I don't know. There's this thing of because it reminds me of this one little comic. Let me see if I can find it. Um, it's the comic of like the Skelly Santa. Um, where is it? Yeah, it's come on, let me click on it. Let me click on it. Yeah, it's Skelly Claus or Santa Skelly or whatever. Gives a little girl a sword. It's like, you can't give her that. It's not safe. It's a sword. They're not meant to be safe. She's a child. It's educational. But what if she cuts herself? That will be an important lesson, right? It's like it's one of those things of you know obviously I don't think kids should be allowed to like just do anything under the sun, but it's one of those things of like let kids fuck around and find out, like because that's the point of being a kid, right? You're fucking around and finding out in a safe environment where you can safely fuck around and find out, and hopefully not not get hurt, or if you do get hurt, it's something that's not too crazy, right? Like it's not something that's going to require a major hospital visit. Um, so yeah, I've just always been of that mindset. It's just like you know, let kids do something kind of stupid every once in a while, as long as that it's supervised stupidity, right? I think that's the best way to put it. It's like let kids be let's let kids do some supervised stupidity. They're gonna get hurt or they're gonna fuck up, and it's like, hey, there you go. You learn, you know better now, right? All right, but enough getting sidetracked. I probably should get into the reading now because I don't know how long the first chapter is. Let's see. So we are on chapter 6. This next chapter is roughly. It's actually not that long of a chapter. It's about 5 pages, I would say. Yeah. Um, for a recap, for anybody who has not been here before or does not know too much about Wuthering Heights, so what I've gathered from so far is our POV character is Mr. Leonard, if I'm remembering his name correctly. He's kind of a nobody, to be honest. Let me just double check if that's actually his name. Bu- 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 Mr. Lockwood. Lockwood. Uh, Mr. Lockwood is arriving at Wuthering Heights to try to. He's basically like renting out part of the estate there, um, and he is trying to like bridge the gap between him and the owner of the estate, Mr. Heathcliff. And Mr. Heathcliff sounds like a fucking asshole. Like he or not he sounds like he is an asshole. Because in the entire time that that Mr. Lockwood has been hanging out with him, um, he has basically refused to be like any kind of cordial with him. Um, there is all of this. Basically, like the best way I could put it is like there's all this chisme, there's all this like gossip and rumor tied up in this house and like with this family of people. Um, we came to learn that Heathcliff was adopted by the he was adopted by which family? He was adopted by the Hindleys. Yes. Sup, Switch? How's it going? I'm doing good. Just here, relaxing on this Sunday. Um, I don't really celebrate Easter, but I do appreciate having a chill Sunday. Uh, but yeah, doing good. I had some tacos for lunch. I forgot to mention that earlier. I had tacos for lunch. Some really good tacos de carne asada. Um, yeah, beautiful. How about you, Switch? How are you doing? How are you holding up? But yeah, so happy spring chocolate day. Nice. Thank you. I appreciate that. You're okay today. That's good to hear. Yeah. Or at least I'm assuming it's a it's a good kind of okay today, right? Okay, so yep, anytime I'm okay, it is okay. That's good to hear. um, Oh wait, no, I got the names mixed up here. So Mr. Earnshaw was the one who adopted Heathcliff. Um, so yeah, so Heathcliff was adopted by the Earnshaws. Um, and there was a lot of drama there because the eldest son of the Earnshaws did not like the fact, or did not like Heathcliff, because Heathcliff was seen as the favorite. Um, then you have Joe. Basically, what I have gathered and what I'm trying to what I'm trying to remember from last week, because I do apologize for not reading on Thursday. My memory would probably be a little bit better if I had actually read on Thursday like I had meant to. Um, but yeah, Heathcliff is definitely seen as a as first as a bit of a problem child, not a problem child, but he's seen as a burden on the family because he is this orphan that the dad thought, just for whatever reason, the dad brought him in. There was no clear indication as to why he was adopted. He just brought him home one day during a trip. Um, there is a lot of resentment on the part of the elder brother against Heathcliff. But there's also some type of relationship between Heathcliff and the first, um, I believe her name is Catherine Earnshaw. The first one, because there's another Catherine Earnshaw, and she is the widowed wife of Heathcliff's son. Hey, get out of here! No manchas allowed. Get out of here! No, you're not allowed in here. You know you're not. My cat Mancha wants to come into the room, and because I want to keep the room, like the air circulating in the room, I have the door open. But I might have to put her into the bathroom just so she gets off my case about it. Yeah, the thing is, like, I haven't bought the stupid that stuff that you can put on the wires to keep the cat from chewing on them. Um, I need to buy that before I can actually like let her hang out in here. The other thing is though, she wants to hang out under the bed, but the thing is the bed is one of those ones where you like lift it up in order to get under it. It didn't work so good for you. Damn, that sucks. Um, but yeah, so you know what she does though? She crawls in behind the headboard, like, so there's like this little space between the bed and the headboard, and she crawls into it to crawl under the bed. So now I'm like, son of a bitch. I need to get I need to get something that I can stuff in that space to keep her from trying to go into it. Because I don't want her crawling into the bed, because it's if I don't realize that she's there, what she's gonna end up doing is, or what's gonna end up happening is, I'm gonna I'm gonna leave one day. I'm gonna close the door behind me, and she's not gonna be able to get out from underneath the bed because she's a little idiot. So yeah, it's the one downside to having a room and an office in, or a bedroom and an office in one place. Be gone with you, foul beast. Yeah. I've already had to deal with the consequences of my mom leaving one of my cats in my room once before, because God, what happened? What was the reason? My mom had brought somebody into the house. I can't remember. I guess it was like somebody who was doing some maintenance work or something, and she closed the door to my room, but Pumpkin was in my room. And I come back home and I see that Pumpkin had gone to the bathroom on my bed and had peed on stuff. And I'm like, what the fuck happened? And I tell my mom's like, Mom, why did you lock the door to my room? It's like, oh, because somebody was coming into the house and I didn't want the cat being a pain in the ass. It's like, Mom, just leave the fucking door open. Pumpkin doesn't really like other people anyway. And I'm like, oh, son of a bitch. I had to replace my sheets then. Thankfully, thankfully it did not soak into the mattress itself. I still clean the mattress anyway. I made sure to like try to just to disinfect it as well because I was not gonna deal with that. Um, but yeah, it was big oofs. I'm like, you need to like um it's part of the reason why I make sure I check every morning before I go to work that there's neither of the cats are in my room when I leave because I do not trust one, I don't want them in my room at all. You know, I don't want them to chew up my wires, so yeah. Cat shenanigans aside, I need to get into the reading and keep getting distracted. Um, but yeah, just as a, I'm trying to give the synopsis here of basically what's going on in here is Lockwood is a new tenant on the Wuthering Heights like estate, and he's basically finding out all of the hot gossip of the terrible people that live at Wuthering Heights. Heathcliff is an adopted son who is kind of a bastard in his own right. Um, you have the Earnshaws and the Lintons with their own baggage. Everybody in this book has baggage. Which is really funny compared to Lockwood, who says it's like, oh yeah, man, I got so much baggage. I'm gonna be best friends with whoever the weird guy that lives at Wuthering Heights is. Like, we both carry baggage. We're both misanthropes. And then Lockwood is just being the nosiest guy on the planet. I told my sister not to close the bathroom door because my cat's litter box was in there, and she started using the toilet with the door open. And I meant when you leave the bathroom, woman. Oh my god. Of course, that's hilarious. I love that. That's hilarious. But yeah, without any further ado, let's go ahead and get into this chapter. We are on chapter 6 of Wuthering Heights. Mr. Hindley came home to the funeral, and a thing that amazed us and set the neighbors gossiping left and right, he brought a wife with him. What she was and where she was born, he never informed us, probably. She neither had money nor name to recommend her, or he would scarcely have kept the union from his father. She was not one that would have disturbed the house much on her own account. Every object she saw, the moment she crossed the threshold, appeared to delight her, and every circumstance that took place about her, except the except the preparing for the burial, and the presence of the mourners. I thought she was half silly from her behavior. While that went on, she ran into her chamber and made me come with her, though I should have been dressing the children, and there she sat, shivering and clasping her hands, and asking repeatedly, "Are they gone yet?" Hey, Yosemite, welcome back. How you doing, buddy? Then she began describing the hysterical emotion, the effect it produced on her to see black, and started, and trembled, and at last fell a weeping. And when I asked what was the matter, she answered, she didn't know, but she felt so afraid of dying. I imagined her I imagined her as little likely to die as myself. She was rather thin but young, and fresh complexioned, and her eyes sparkled as bright as diamonds. I did remark, to be sure, that mounting the stairs made her breathe very quick,
that the least sudden noise set her all in a quiver, and that she coughed troublesomely sometimes, but I knew nothing of what these symptoms portended, and had no impulse to sympathize with her. We don't in general take foreigners here, Mr. Lockwood, unless they take to us first. How is Trigger? How far did I get? I got to the that area at the end of time where the where that little dude teaches us magic, and now we can either go back to our own time period, or we can go to the future, or we can go back to the past 65 million years ago. Specchio, yes, Specchio. So I left it there because that was about 6 hours in, and I was starting to get tired. So one of these days we will continue Chrono Trigger. Um, I want to get through a few more games in the gifted game backlog before I do that. But there will be a yes, and there's the barrel that will take me to the final boss. Yeah. Um, but yeah. I was gonna say I'm probably gonna try to get through Dead Space at the very least here soon. Um, and then get through a couple more games in the in the backlog, and then we'll probably start trying to finish some of the games that I played. I think the first ones that I want to finish are Lunacid and Chrono Trigger. So, um, I think those are the games that I want to play through next. Like actually finish playing them from the backlog. Not that it's a good idea, but still, yeah. No, I figured. Good luck. Thanks, I appreciate it. But yeah, we're just reading right now, so obviously that's what we're because that's Sunday for you. Let's see. Young Earnshaw was altered considerably in the 3 years of his absence. He had grown sparer and lost his color, and spoke and dressed quite differently. And on the very day of his return, he told Joseph and me we must thenceforth quarter ourselves in the back kitchen, and leave the house for him. Indeed, he would have carpeted and papered a small spare room for a parlor, but his wife expressed such pleasure at the white floor and the huge glowing fireplace, at the pewter dishes, and the delf case, and the dog kennel, and the wide space there was to move about in, where they usually sat, that he thought it unnecessary to her comfort, and so dropped the intention. Oh, it's all good, SMV. You're fine. She expressed pleasure, too, at finding a sister among her new acquaintance, and she prattled to Catherine, and kissed her, and ran about with her, and gave her quantities of presents at the beginning. Her affection tired very soon, however, and when she grew peevish, Hindley became tyrannical. A few words from her, evincing a dislike to Heathcliff, were enough to rouse him in all his old hatred of the boy. He drove him from their company to the servants, deprived him of the instructions of the curate, and insisted that he should labor out of doors instead, compelling him to do so as hard as any other lad on the farm. Wow, that's fucked up too. By the way, there is very much. I don't even want to say racist undertones. I think I like at the very least there's well, I guess like racist undertones in just how this is done, because just for context for anybody who has not read Wuthering Heights before, Heathcliff is described to be dark of skin. They use the antiquated term and frankly racist term gypsy to describe Heathcliff. So he is Romani or at least they presume that he is Romani in in ancestry by the way they describe him in the book. So kind of fucked up that they're saying like you can't be inside, you need to go outside and work. Like that's pretty. Ugh. That's a little fucked up. Not gonna lie. He bore his degradation pretty well at first because Kathy taught him what she'd learnt and worked or played with him in the fields. They both promised fair to grow up as rude as savages, the young master being entirely negligent on how they behaved and what they did, so they kept clear of him. He would not even have seen after their going to church on Sundays. Only Joseph and the curate reprimanded his carelessness when they absented themselves, and that reminded him to order Heathcliff a flogging and Catherine a fast from dinner or supper. But it was one of their chief amusements to run away to the moors in the morning and remain there all day, and the after punishment grew a mere thing to laugh at. The curate might set many chapters as he pleased for Catherine to get by heart, and Joseph might thrash Heathcliff until his arm ached. They forgot everything the minute they were together again. At least the minute they had contrived some naughty plan of revenge, and many a time I cried to myself to watch them grow more reckless daily, and I, not daring to speak a syllable for fear of losing the small power I still retained over the unfriended creatures. So Hindley is an asshole, abusing his power now that his dad's dead. Um, and Catherine and Heathcliff are definitely they're involved with one another in at least one kind of way. Um, and they're definitely not making things easier either by acting out as often as they are. But I don't know if I can blame them for acting out the way they are, considering how Hindley is behaving. He's he's become the tyrant of the house now. One Sunday evening, it chanced that they were banished from the sitting room for making a noise or a light offense of the kind, and when I went to call them for supper, I could discover them nowhere. We searched the house, above and below, and the yard and the stables. They were invisible, and at last Hindley in a passion told us to bolt the doors, and swore nobody should let them in that night. The household went to bed, and I, too anxious to lie down, opened my lattice and put my head out to hearken. Though it rained, determined to admit them in spite of the prohibition should they return. In a while, I distinguished steps coming up the road, and the light of a lantern glimmering through the gate. I threw a shawl over my head and ran to prevent them from waking Mr. Earnshaw by knocking. There was Heathcliff by himself. It gave me a start to see him alone. "Where is Miss Catherine?" I cried hurriedly. "No accident, I hope." "At Thrushcross Grange," he answered, "and I would have been there too, but they had not the manners to ask me to stay." "Well, you will catch it," I said. "You will never be content till you're set about your business. What in the world led you wandering to Thrushcross Grange?" "Let me get out of my wet clothes, and I'll tell you all about it, Nellie," he replied. So one thing one thing that's going on right now, by the way, this is a continuation from the previous chapters where the past few chapters have been basically a flashback um from Nellie, who is, I want to say she's a house servant to the Earnshaws and Lintons. Um and so she is telling this story to Lockwood, just as a bit of a context as to what's going on. So this is very much a story within a story right now. I bid him beware of rising the master, and while he undressed, I waited to put out the candle. He continued. "Kathy and I escaped from the wash house to have a ramble at liberty, and getting a glimpse of the Grange lights, we thought we would just go and see whether the Lintons passed their standing shivering in corners while their father and mother sat eating and drinking and singing and laughing and burning their eyes out before the fire. Do you think they do, or reading sermons, or being cat- catechized by their manservant and set to learn a column of scripture names if they don't answer properly? Probably not, I responded. They are good children, no doubt, and don't deserve the treatment you receive for your bad conduct. Don't you can't, Nellie, he said. Nonsense. We ran from the top of the heights to the park without stopping. Catherine completely beaten in the race because she was barefoot. You'll have to seek for her shoes you'll have to seek for her shoes in the bog tomorrow. We crept through a broken hedge, groped our way up the path, and planted ourselves on a flower pot under the drawing room window. The light came from hence. They had not put up the shutters, and the curtains were only half closed. Also, happy Easter to everyone and to all those fans. Happy First Contact Day. What do you mean by those fans? Is that a I'm assuming a is that so that's either a Star Trek reference or a Mass Effect reference, I want to say. Hmm. In Star Trek lore, April 5th, 2063 was when the Vulcans landed on Earth. Hey, I was half right. Nice. Hell yeah. Let's see, where was I? The light came from hence. They had not put up the shutters, and the curtains were only half closed. Both of us were able to look in by standing on the basement and clinging to the edge, and we saw. Ah, it was beautiful. A splendid crimson and crimson covered chairs and tables, and a pure white ceiling bordered by gold, a shower of glass drops hanging in silver chains from the center, and glimmering in little soft tapers. Old Mr. and Mrs. Linton were not there. Edgar and his sister had it entirely to themselves. Shouldn't they have been happy? We should have thought ourselves in heaven. And now, guess what your good children were doing? Isabella, I believe she is 11, a year younger than Kathy, lay screaming at the farther end of the room, shrieking as if witches were running red-hot needles into her. Edgar stood on the hearth, weeping silently, and in the middle of the table sat a little dog, shaking its paws and yelping, from which, from their mutual accusations, we understood they had nearly pulled into between them. Especially to you, Oscurus, happy Easter. Thank you. I appreciate it. I don't celebrate Easter normally. Uh, because I am not I'm not religious, and we don't really do the egg thing, the you know the like the non like the we don't do any of the secular Easter stuff here, like we um so it's not it, I appreciate it, but it's just one of those things that's like I don't really celebrate it, so it's a little weird. So it's always weird to hear Happy Easter when I've not really celebrated it. I actually never really did any of the secular stuff when I was a little kid either. Thank you. Yeah, I did. I had a very chill day today. Um, I was just hanging out at home, relaxing, not really doing much. Took care of the dogs, made sure they had clean water, cleaned up their poops, doing that kind of stuff. Okay, so I'm trying to parse this out again. So Edgar stood on the hearth, weeping silently. In the middle of the table sat a little dog, shaking its paws and yelping, which, from their mutual accusations, we understood they had nearly pulled in two between them. So they uh they were fighting over the dog. Ugh. The idiots, that was their pleasure, to quarrel who should hold a heap of warm hair, and each began to cry because both, after struggling to get it, refused to take it. We laughed outright at the petted things. We did despise them. When would you catch me wishing to have what Catherine wanted? Or find us by ourselves, seeking entertainment in yelling and sobbing and rolling on the ground, divided by the whole room? I'd not exchanged for 1,000 lives my condition here for Edgar Linton's at Thrushcross Grange, not if I might have the privilege of flinging Joseph off the highest gable and painting the house front with Hindley's blood. God. Hush, hush, I interrupted. You still have not told me, Heathcliff, how Catherine is left behind. I told you, we laughed, he answered. The Lintons heard us, and with one accord they shot like arrows to the door. There was a silence, then a cry, "Oh, mamma! Oh, papa! Oh, mamma! Oh, mamma! Oh, papa! Oh, mamma! Oh, come here! Oh, papa! Oh!" They really did howl out something in that way. We made frightful noises to terrify them still more. Then we dropped off the ledge because somebody was drawing the bars, and we felt we had better flee. I had Kathy by the hand and was urging her on, when all at once she fell down. "Run, Heathcliff, run!" she whispered. "They have let the bulldog loose, and he holds me." The devil had seized her ankle, Nellie. I heard his abominable snorting. She did not yell out no. She would have been scorned to do it if she had been spitted on the horns of a mad cow. I did, though. I vociferated curses enough to annihilate any fiend in Christendom, and I got a stone and thrust it between his jaws, and tried with all my might to cram it down his throat. A beast of a servant came up with a lantern, at last shouting, "Keep fast, Skulker, keep fast!" He changed his note, however, when he saw Skulker's game. The dog was throttled off, his huge purple tongue hanging half a foot out of his mouth, his pendant lips streaming with blood salver. The man took Kathy up. She was sick, not from fear, I'm certain, but from pain. He carried her in. I followed, grumbling excoriations and vengeance. "What, pray, Robert?" hallooed Linton from the entrance. "Skulker has caught a little girl, sir," he replied, "and there's a lad here," he added, making a clutch at me, who looks out and outer, very like the robbers were putting for them through the window to open the doors to the gang after we were all asleep, that they might murder us at their ease. Hold your tongue, you foul-mouthed. You shall go to the gallows for this. Mr. Linton, sir, don't you lay by your gun." "No, no, Robert," said the old fool. "The rascals knew that yesterday was my rent day. They thought to have my cleverly. Come in, I'll furnish them a reception. There, John, fasten the chain. Give Skulker some water, Jenny. To beard a magistrate in his stronghold, and on the Sabbath too. Where will their insolence stop? Oh, my dear Mary, look here, don't be afraid. It is but a boy, yet the villain scowls so plainly on his face. It would not be a kindness to the country to hang him at once, but he shows his nature in his acts, as well as features."
That was a bit of a run-on paragraph there. What? Now, the way they describe Heathcliff, even as a kid, is kind of crazy.
He pulled me under the chandelier, and Mrs. Linton placed her spectacles on her nose and raised her hands in horror. The cowardly children crept nearer also, Isabella lisping, "Frightful thing! Put him in the cellar, papa. He's exactly like the son of the fortune-teller that stole my tame pheasant. Isn't he, Edgar?" While they examined me, Kathy came round. She heard the last speech and laughed. Edgar Linton, after an inquisitive stare, collected sufficient wit to recognize her. They see us at church, you know, though we seldom meet them elsewhere. "That's Mrs. Earnshaw. he whispered to his mother, and look how Skulker has bitten her, how her foot bleeds. Miss Earnshaw, nonsense, cried the dame. Miss Earnshaw scouring the country with a gypsy. Ugh. And yet, my dear, the child is in mourning. Surely it is. She may be lamed for life.
Yeah, that's still really messed up on just how they call what they call
Yeah, I guess again, but this is a product of its time, with how they address Heathcliff.
ugh. It's still gross though.
What culpable carelessness in her brother! Exclaimed Mr. Linton, turning from me to Catherine. I have understood from Shielders, that was the curate, sir, that he lets her grow up in absolute heathenism. But who's this? Where did she pick up this companion? Oh, I declare he is that strange acquisition my late neighbor made in his journey to Liverpool. A little Lascar, or an American, or a Spanish castaway.
Okay, I'm gonna look up what Lasker means. What's that?
A wicked boy, by all events, remarked the old lady, and quite unfit for a decent house. Did you notice his language, Linton? I'm shocked that my children should have heard it. I recommended cursing, don't be angry, Nellie, and so Robert was ordered to take me off. I refused to go without Kathy. He dragged me into the garden, pushed the lantern into my hand, assured me that Mr. Earnshaw should be informed of my behavior, and bidding me march, directly secured the door again. The curtains were still looped at one corner, and I had resumed my station as spy. Because if Catherine had wished to return, I intended shattering their great glass panes to a million fragments, unless they let her out. She sat on the sofa quietly. Mrs. Linton took off the grey cloak of the dairymaid, which we had borrowed for our excursion, shaking her head and expostulating with her. I suppose she was a young lady, and they made a distinction between her treatment and mine. Then the woman servant brought a basin of warm water and washed her feet, and Mr. Linton mixed a tumbler of negus, and Isabella emptied a plate full of cakes into her lap, and Edgar stood gaping at the distance. Afterwards, they dried and combed her beautiful hair, and gave her a pair of enormous slippers, and wheeled her to the fire. And I left her, as merry as she could be, dividing her food between the little dog and Skulker, whose nose she pinched as he ate, and kindling a spark of spirit in the vacant blue eyes of the Lintons, a dim reflection from her own enchanting face, I saw they were full of stupid admiration. She is so immeasurably superior to them, to everybody on earth. Is she not, Nellie? There will come more of this business than you reckon on, I answered, covering him up and extinguishing the light. You are incurable, Heathcliff, and Mr. Hindley will have to proceed to extremities. See if he won't. My words came truer than I desired. The luckless adventure made Earnshaw furious, and then Mr. Linton, to mend matters, paid us a visit himself on the morrow, and read the young master such a lecture on the road he guided his family, that he was stirred to look about him in earnest. Heathcliff received no flogging, but he was told that the first word he spoke to Miss Catherine should ensure a dismissal, and Mrs. Earnshaw undertook to keep her sister-in-law in due restraint when she returned home, employing art, not force. With force she would have found impossible.
So yeah, again, Heathcliff, while a victim of prejudice, that's very clear. Again, he is by no means a saint in all this. Even as a kid, he was not beyond reproach. Though I wonder what Lasker means. I'm gonna go ahead and look that up really quick. What does that mean? Lascars were Southeast Asian, or Arab sailors employed on European ships from the 16th to the mid 20th centuries. Ah, okay. So basically, so it very much seems that the way they describe Heathcliff, that he is racially ambiguous, because they did say that he is either Lascar or American or Spanish descent.
but then they also call him a gypsy. So he's very much a person of color, at least from what's being, again, from how people are describing him. But yeah, we just hit an ad break, so we're gonna take a breather since we're in between chapters. I think the goal for today is gonna be another 5 chapters if I can manage it. So let's see. Let's see. We're gonna start chapter 7. Chapter 7 is very long. Holy shit. Yes, 7 is about 10 pages long, so we'll start that one as soon as ads are over. 8 is it's another long chapter. About another 10 pages. 9 is holy shit. 9 is almost 20 pages. Okay. And then 10 is ooh, wow. 10 is also another 20 pages or so. Um in total, if I was going to try to get through all 5 chapters, that would put us at 60 pages tonight. Another 60 pages. And that's actually kind of wild. Okay. Um, as long as I don't get too distracted, we might be able to get through this. Thank God I have plenty of water for this. But yeah, we'll see if we're able to get through another 60 or so pages. If not, we might end on chapter 9 instead. Because that would put us at just an additional 40 pages, more or less. Okay. A lot of reading, but yeah, we'll also see how I feel as well, because I'm also still kind of dealing with a bit of a headache, but thankfully it's not as bad as it was yesterday. But yeah, I'm still gonna try to get through the at least 4 chapters tonight, or 5 chapters, if not at least 4. I'm gonna stretch a little bit. Gonna stretch a little bit more before we get into the reading. Ugh. Oof. Okay. Alright, so let's go ahead. We're gonna continue on to chapter 7. If you get done reading, will you call it or do something else? I will call it. Because I'm pretty sure if I read 60 pages, 60 to 40 pages, I think I'm going to be just sapped for energy. I don't think I'll be able to read. Like that's a lot. That like it's a lot of reading to do in one day. So yeah, I'll probably get to call it. Um, it's part of the reason why I try to start these streams as early as I can on Sundays, because I want to try to read as much as I can. Um, I want to at least get through my goal. Of like just breaking up this book into manageable sections that I can read. So yeah, I doubt. Yeah, because I also try to read or I also try to go to bed early. Try on Sundays because I do have work in the morning. And if I want to end at around 9:30 if I can. That way I can shower and go to bed and all that. So yeah, we'll see how it goes. I somehow doubt that I'll be able to read uh 60 pages in less than 3 hours. But we'll see. But yeah, this is chapter 7. Kathy stayed at Thrushcross Grange 5 weeks, till Christmas. By that time her ankle was thoroughly cured, and her manners much improved. The mistress visited her often in the interval, and commenced her plan of reform by trying to raise her self-respect with fine clothes and flattery, which she took readily, so that instead of a wild, hatless little savage jumping into the house and rushing to squeeze us all breathless, there lighted from a handsome black pony a very dignified person, with brown ringlets falling from the cover of a feathered beaver, and a long cloth habit which she was obliged to hold up with both hands that she might sail in. Hindley lifted her from the horse, exclaiming delightedly, "Why, Cathy, you are quite a beauty. I should scarcely have known you. You look like a lady now. Isabella Linton is not to be compared with her, is she, Francis?" "Isabella has not her natural advantages," replied his wife, "but she must mind and not grow wild again here. Ellen, help Miss Catherine off with her things. Stay, dear, you will disarrange your curls. Let me untie your hat." I removed the habit, and there shone forth beneath a grand plaid silk frock, white trousers, and burnished shoes, and while her eyes sparkled joyfully when the dogs came bounding up to welcome her, she dare hardly touch them lest they should fawn upon her splendid garments. She kissed me gently. I was all flour making the Christmas cake, and it would not have and it would not have done to give me a hug. And then she looked round for Heathcliff. Mr. and Mrs. Earnshaw watched anxiously their meeting, thinking it would enable them to judge in some measure what grounds they had for hoping to succeed in separating the two friends. Heathcliff was hard to discover at first. If he were careless and uncared for before Catherine's absence, he had been 10 times more so since. Nobody but even I did him the kindness to call him a dirty boy, and he bid wash himself once a week, and the children of his age seldom have a natural pleasure in soap and water. Therefore, not to mention his clothes, which had been seen 3 months' service in mire and dust, and his thick uncombed hair, and the surface of his face and hands was dismally beclotted. He might well skulk behind the settle on beholding such a bright, graceful damsel enter the house, instead of a rough-headed counterpart of himself, as he expected. Is Heathcliff not here?" she demanded, pulling off her gloves and displaying fingers wonderfully whitened with doing nothing and staying indoors. "Heathcliff, you may come forward," cried Mr. Hindley, enjoying his discomfiture, and gratified to see what a forbidding young blackguard he would be compelled to present himself. You may come and wish Miss Catherine welcome like the other servants. Jesus, dude. Yeah, God, these people these people suck. Kathy, catching a glimpse of her friend in his concealment, flew to embrace him. She bestowed 7 or 8 kisses on his cheek within the second, then stopped, and drawing back, burst into a laughing, exclaiming, "Oh, how very black and cross you look, and how funny and grim! But that's because I'm used to Edgar and Isabella Linton. Well, Heathcliff, have you forgotten me?" She had some reason to put the question, for shame and pride threw double gloom over his countenance and kept him immovable. "Shake hands, shake hands, Heathcliff," said Mr. Earnshaw, condescendingly. Jesus. "Once in a way, that is permitted." "I shall not," replied the boy, finding his tongue at last. "I shall not stand to be laughed at. I shall not bear it." And he would have broken from the circle, but Miss Cathy seized him again. "I did not mean to laugh at you," she said. "I could not hinder myself. Heathcliff, shake hands at least. What are you sulky for? It was it was only that way you looked odd. If you wash your face and brush your hair, it will be all right. But you are so dirty." She gazed I want to say concerningly, but it's not concerningly, it's concernedly. She gazed concernedly at the dusky fingers she held in her own, and also at her dress, which she feared had gained no embellishment from its contact with his. "You needn't have touched me," he answered, following her eye and snatching away his hand. I shall be as dirty as I please, and I like to be dirty, and I will be dirty." With that, he dashed head foremost out of the room, amid the merriment of the master and mistress, and to the serious disturbance of Catherine, who could not comprehend how her remarks should have produced such an exhibition of bad temper. After playing lady's maid to the newcomer, and putting my cakes in the oven, and making the house and kitchen cheerful with great fires befitting Christmas Eve, I prepared to sit down, and amuse myself by singing carols all alone, regardless of Joseph's affirmations that he considered the merry tunes I choose as next door to songs. Wait, what? What does that mean? Regardless of Joseph's affirmations that he considered the merry tunes I choose as next door to songs. Huh. Don't really get what this phrasing means. He had retired to private prayer in his chamber, and Mr. and Mrs. Earnshaw were engaging Missy's attention by sundry gay trifles bought for her to present to the little Lintons as an acknowledgment of their kindness. They had invited them to spend the morrow at Wuthering Heights, and the invitation had been accepted on one condition. Mrs. Linton begged that her darlings might be kept carefully apart from that naughty, swearing boy. Jesus. Under these circumstances, I remained solitary. I smelt the rich scent of heating spices, and admired the shining kitchen utensils, the polished clock, decked in holly, the silver mugs ranged on a tray ready to be filled with mulled ale for supper, and above all, the speckless purity of my particular care, the scoured and well-swept floor. I gave due inward applause to every object, and then I remembered how old Earnshaw used to come in when it was all tidied and call me a cant lass, and slip a shilling into my hand as a Christmas box. And from that I went on to think of his fondness for Heathcliff, and his dread lest he should suffer neglect after death had removed him, and that naturally led me to consider the poor lad's situation now, and from singing I changed my mind to crying. It struck me soon, however, that there would be more sense in endeavoring to repair some of his wrongs than shedding tears over them. I got up and walked into the court to seek him. He was not far. I found him soothing the glossy coat of the new pony in the stable, and feeding the other beasts according to custom. Make haste, Heathcliff, I said. The kitchen is so comfortable, and Joseph is upstairs. Make haste and let me dress you smart before Miss Cathy comes out, and then you can sit together, with the whole hearth to yourselves, and have a long chatter until bedtime. He proceeded with his task, and never turned his head towards me. Come, are you coming? I continued. There's a little cake for each of you, nearly enough, and you'll need half an hour's dawning. I waited 5 minutes, and getting no answer, left him. Catherine supped with her brother and sister-in-law. Joseph and I joined at an unsociable meal, seasoned with reproofs on one side and sauciness on the other. His cake and cheese remained on the table all night for the fairies. He managed to continue work until 9 o'clock, and then marched dumb and dour to his chamber. Cathy sat up late, having a world of things to order for the reception of her new friends, came into the kitchen once to speak to her old one, but he was gone, and she only stayed to ask what was the matter with him, then went back. In the morning he rose early, and, as it was a holiday, carried his ill humor onto the moors, not reappearing until the family were departed for church. Fasting and reflection seemed to have brought him to a better spirit. He hung about me for a while, and, having screwed up his courage, exclaimed abruptly, Nelly, make me decent. I'm going to be good. High time, Heathcliff, I said. You have grieved Catherine. She is sorry she ever came home, I dare say. It looks as if you envied her, but because she is more thought of than you. The joy of envying Catherine was incomprehensible to him, but the notion of grieving her he understood clearly enough. Did she say she was grieved? He inquired, looking very serious. She cried when I told her you were off again this morning. Well, I cried last night, he returned. I had more reason to cry than she. Yes, you had reason of going to bed with a proud heart and an empty stomach, said I. Proud people breed sad sorrows for themselves, but if you be ashamed of your touchiness, you must ask pardon, mind, when she comes in. You must go up and offer to kiss her, and say, you know best what to say, only do it heartily, and not as if you thought her converted into a stranger by her grand dress. By her grand address, rather. And now, though I have dinner to get ready, I'll steal time to arrange so that Edgar Linton shall look quite a doll beside you. And that he does. You are younger, and yet I'll be bound you are taller and twice as broad across the shoulders. You could knock him down in a twinkling. Don't you feel that you could? Heathcliff's face brightened a moment, then it was overcast afresh, and he sighed. But Nelly, if I knocked him down 20 times, that wouldn't make him less handsome than, or me more so. I wish I had light hair and fair skin, and was dressed and behaved as well, and had a chance of being as rich as he will be. And cried for mamma at every turn, I added, and trembled if the country lad had heaved his fist against you, and sat at home all day for a shower of rain. Oh, Heathcliff, you are showing a poor spirit. Come to the glass, and I'll let you see what you should wish. Do you mark those two lines between your eyes, and those thick brows that instead of rising arched sink in the middle, and that a couple of black fiends buried so deeply, who will never open their windows boldly, but lurk glinting under them, like devil's spies, wish and learn to smooth away surly wrinkles, to raise your lids frankly, and charge the fiends so confident, innocent angels, suspecting nothing, and always seeing friends where they are not sure of foes. Don't get the expression of a vicious cur that appears to know the kicks. Wait, what? Don't get the expression of a vicious cur that appears to know the kicks it gets are its desert, and yet it hates all the world, as well as the kicker for what it suffers. In other words, I must wish for Edgar Linton's great blue eyes, and even forehead, he replied. I do, and that won't help me to them. A good heart will help you to a bonny face, my lad, I continued. If you are a regular... The phrasing here is really concerning. God, I... Again, this feels very much a product of its time. Here's how this continues. A good heart will help you to a bonny face, my lad, I continued, if you were a regular black, and a bad one will turn the bonniest into something worse than ugly. And now that we've done washing and combing and sulking, tell me whether you tell me whether you don't think yourself rather handsome. I'll tell you I do. You're fit for a, you're fit for a prince in disguise. Who knows, but your father was emperor of China and your mother was an Indian queen, each of them able to buy up with 1 week's income Wuthering Heights and Thrushcross Grange together, by wicked sailors and brought to England. Were I in your place, I would frame high notions of my birth, and the thoughts of what I should give, or what I was, should give me courage and dignity to support the oppressions of a little farmer. I get that she's trying to I get that she's trying to comfort him a bit, and by saying like he should have like pride in the way that he looks. But the examples that she's using are a little fucked up still. Not gonna lie, they're a little fucked up. Whoops. I dropped a lid from the from the oh my god, what's it? From a protein bottle I had earlier. So I chattered on, and Heathcliff gradually lost his frown and began to look quite pleasant, when all at once our conversation was interrupted by a rumbling sound moving up the road and entering the court. He ran to the window, and I to the door, just in time to behold the two Lintons descend from the family carriage, smothered in cloaks and furs, and the Earnshaws dismount from their horses. They often rode to church in winter. Catherine took the hand of each of the children and brought them into the house, and set them before the fire, which quickly put color into their white faces. I urged my companion to hasten now and show his amiable humor, and he willingly obeyed. But ill luck would have it that, as he opened the door leading from the kitchen on one side, Hindley opened it on the other. They met, and the master, irritated at seeing him clean and cheerful, or perhaps eager to keep his promise to Mrs. Linton, shoved him back with a sudden thrust, and angrily bade Joseph to keep the fellow out of the room, and send him into the garret until dinner is over. He'll be cramming his fingers in the tarts and stealing the fruit if left alone with them a minute. Nay, sir, I could not avoid answering. He'll touch nothing, not he, and I suppose he must have his share of the dainties as well as we. He shall have his share of my hand if I catch him downstairs again until dark, cried Hindley. Begone, you vagabond. What are you attempting to... What, are you attempting the coxcomb, are you? Wait until I get hold of those elegant locks. See if I won't pull them a bit longer. God, he's a fucking dickhead. They are long enough already, observed Master Linton, peeping from the doorway. I wonder if they don't make his head ache, like a colt's mane over his eyes. He ventured this remark without any intention to insult, but Heathcliff's violent nature was not prepared to endure the appearance of impertinence from one who he seemed to hate, even then, as a rival. He seized a tureen of hot applesauce, and the first thing that came under his grip, and dashed it full against the speaker's face and neck, who instantly commenced a lament that brought Isabella and Catherine hurrying to the place. Mr. Earnshaw snatched up the culprit directly and conveyed him to his chamber, where doubtless he administered a rough remedy to cool the fit of passion, for he appeared red and breathless. I got the dishcloth and rather spitefully scrubbed Edgar's nose and mouth, affirming it served him right for meddling. His his sister began weeping to go home, and Kathy stood by, confounded, blushing for all. Bro, I heard something today I really want to say one day and not feel bad about it either. Wait, what? To make a long story short. Oh, okay, so I'm assuming what you mean is you want to say to make a long story short. Is that what you want to say? Oh, okay, gotcha. Gotcha. Okay, give me a quick second. Some of these paragraphs are really long and just. I'm glad I'm not trying to do different voices. There's like a lot of different voices for these characters. 'Cause, oh boy. Yeah, that is a classic line, but yeah, finding the right opportunity to say it, it's always hard. You did go good voices in Chrono Trigger yesterday. Yeah, with because they're all different characters, so it's a lot easier to do different voices. Whereas these are just all upper crust English folk, except for I mean, kind of Heathcliff. Yeah, even though he's not really treated all that well. I just heard it for the first time today, but it was from a movie released in 1985, so I believe it. Oh, gotcha. Ah, shit. Uh, there we go. Almost lost my almost lost my place because the book kind of snapped closed on me. I don't like breaking the spines on my paperbacks. I just like to just stretch them out a little bit, but I avoid breaking them if at all possible. Oh, it was from Clue. Nice. Let's see, where was I? You should not have spoken to him, she expostulated with Master Linton. He was in a bad temper, and now you've spoiled your visit, and he'll be flogged. I hate him to be flogged. I can't eat my dinner. Why did you speak to him, Edgar? I, I didn't, thought the youth, escaping from his hands and finishing the remainder of the purification with his cambric pocket handkerchief. I promised Mamma that I wouldn't say one word to him, and I didn't. Well, don't cry, replied Catherine contemptuously. You're not killed. Don't make more mischief. My brother is coming. Be quiet. Give over, Isabella. Has anybody hurt you? There, there, children, to your seats, cried Hindley, bustling in. That brute of a lad has warmed me nicely. Next time, Master Edgar, take the law into your own fists. It'll give you an appetite. Yes, Switch, I actually saw that earlier. I saw that earlier when I was grabbing the this because so I made commands in chat for people to sign up for the to either be beta readers or for people to suggest stuff for me to read. So yeah, I put that. I saw that. And I'm like, okay, so we got quite a bit of stuff to choose from now. I would probably wait for a little bit more before I do like a community suggestion thing, but we'll probably if people suggest more stuff for me to read at the like in the Google form, I'll probably do a night
we'll probably do a community suggestion night here soon. Actually, let me go ahead and put I'm gonna put those commands in the chat titles or in the stream titles so people know that those new commands are available. But yeah, thank you so much for putting in your work there. So we'll definitely try to showcase all the different stuff here soonish, I would hope. The little party recovered its equanimity at sight of the fragrant feast. They were hungry after their ride, and easily consoled since no real harm had befallen them. Mr. Earnshaw carved bountiful platefuls, and the mistress made them merry with lively talk. I waited behind her chair, and was pained to behold Catherine, with dry eyes and an indifferent air, commence cutting up the wing of a goose before her. An unfeeling child, I thought to myself, how lightly she dismisses her whole playmate's troubles. I could not have imagined her to be so selfish. She lifted a mouthful to her lips, then she set it down again. Her cheeks flushed, and tears gushed over them. She slipped her fork to the floor, and hastily dived under the cloth to conceal her emotion. I did not call her unfeeling long, for I perceived she was in purgatory throughout the day, and wearying to find an opportunity of getting by herself, or paying a visit to Heathcliff, who had been locked up by the master, as I discovered, on endeavoring to introduce him a private mess of victuals. In the evening we had a dance. Cathy begged that he might be liberated then, as Isabella Linton had no partner. Her entreaties were vain, and I was appointed to supply the deficiency. We had got rid of all the gloom in the excitement of the exercise, and our pleasure was increased by the arrival of the Gimmerton band, mustering 15 strong, a trumpet, a trombone, clarinets, bassoons, French horns, a bass viol, besides singers. They go the rounds of all the respectable houses, and receive contributions every Christmas, and we esteemed it a first-rate treat to hear them. After the usual carols had been sung, we set them up to songs and glees. Mrs. Earnshaw loved the music, and so they gave us plenty. Catherine loved it too, but she said it sounded sweetest at the top of the steps, and she went up in the dark. I followed. They shut the house door below, never noting our absence, it was so full of people. She made no stay on the stairs head, but mounted farther, to the garret where Heathcliff was confined, and called him. He stubbornly declined answering for a while. She persevered, and finally persuaded him to hold communion with her through the boards. I let the poor things converse unmolested, till I supposed the songs were going to cease, and the singers to get some refreshment. Then I clambered up the ladder to warn her. Instead of finding her outside, I heard her voice within. The little monkey had crept by the skylight of one garret, along the roof into the skylight of the other, and it was the utmost difficulty I could coax her out again. When she did come, Heathcliff came with her, and she insisted that I should take him into the kitchen, as my fellow servant had gone to a neighbour's to be removed from the sound of our devil's psalmody, as it pleased him to call it. Oh, is Joseph one of those? He's one of those people that hates Christmas. He's not a Scrooge per se, but he's one of those people that just he's one of those Christians that doesn't celebrate the holiday. I'm guessing. That's interesting. I told them I intended by no means to encourage their tricks, but as the prisoner had never broken his fast since yesterday's dinner, I would wink at his cheating Mr. Henley that once. He went down. I sent him a stool by a fire and offered him a quantity of good things, but he was sick and could eat little. And my attempts to entertain him were thrown away. He leaned his two elbows on his knees and his chin on his hands, and remained wrapped in dumb meditation. On my inquiring the subject of his thoughts, he answered gravely, "I'm trying to settle how I shall pay Hindley back. I don't care how long I wait.
If I can only do it at last, I hope he will not die before I do. Shame, Heathcliff, I said. It is for God to punish wicked people. We should learn to forgive. No, God won't have the satisfaction that I shall, he returned. Only I wish I knew the best way. Let me alone, and I'll plan it out. While I'm thinking of it, I don't feel pain. Wow, he is. This is 18th century edgy teenager. Or no, not 18th century, 19th century edgy teenager. But, Mr. Lockwood, I forget these tales cannot divert you. I'm annoyed at how I should dream of chattering on at such a rate, and your gruel cold, and you nodding for bed. I could have told Heathcliff's history, and all you needed here in half a dozen words. Thus, interrupting herself, the housekeeper rose and proceeded to lay aside her sewing, but I felt incapable of moving from the hearth, and I was very far from nodding. Sit still, Mrs. Dean, I cried. Do still another half hour. You've done just right to tell the story leisurely. That is the method I like, and you must finish in the same style. I'm interested in every character you've mentioned, more or less. The clock is on the stroke of 11, sir. No matter, I'm not accustomed to go to bed in the long hours. 1 or 2 is early enough for a person who lies until 10. You shouldn't lie till 10. There's the very prime of the morning gone long before that time. A person who has not done one half of his day's work by 10 o'clock runs a chance of leaving the other half undone. Nevertheless, Mrs. Dean, I resume your chair, because tomorrow I intend lengthening the night till afternoon. I prognosticate for myself on obstinate cold, at least. I hope not, sir. Well, you must allow me to leap over some 3 years during that space, Mrs. Earnshaw. No, no, I'll allow nothing of the sort. Are you acquainted with the mood of mind in which, if you were seated alone and the cat licking its kitten on the rug before you, you would watch the operation so intently that puss's neglect one ear would put you seriously out of temper? A terrible lazy mood, I should say. On the contrary, a tiresomely active one. It is mine at present, and therefore continue minutely. I perceive that people in these regions acquire over people in towns the value. Acquire over people in towns the value that a spider in a dungeon does over a spider in a cottage, to their various occupants, and yet the deepened attraction is not entirely owing to the situation of the looker-on. They do live more in earnest, more in themselves, and in less surface change and frivolous external things. I could fancy a love for life here almost possible, and I was a fixed unbeliever in any love of a year's standing. One state resembles setting a hungry man down to a single dish on which he may concentrate his entire appetite and do it justice. The other, introducing him to a table laid out by French cooks, he can perhaps regard and remembrance. Oh, here we are the same as anywhere else, when you get to know us, observed Mrs. Dean, somewhat puzzled at my speech. Excuse me, I responded. You, my good friend, are a striking evidence against that assertion. Excepting a few provincialisms of slight consequence, you have no marks on the manners that I am habituated to consider as peculiar to your class. I'm sure you have thought a great deal more about the generality of servants think. You have been compelled to cultivate your reflective faculties for want of occasions for frittering your life away in silly trifles. Mrs. Dean laughed. I certainly esteem myself a steady, reasonable kind of body, she said, not exactly from living among the hills and seeing one set of faces and one series of action from year's end to year's end, but I have undergone sharp discipline, which has taught me wisdom, and then I have read more than you would fancy, Mr. Lockwood. You could not open a book in this library that I have not looked into, and got something out of also, unless it be that range of Greek and Latin, and that of French, and and those I know from one another. It is much as you can expect of a poor man's daughter. However, if I am to follow my story in true gossip's fashion, I had better go on, and instead of leaping 3 years, I will be content to pass to the next summer, the summer of 1778. That that is nearly 23 years ago. Oh, so I was right. These are these are edgy 18th century teenagers. So this is 1778. Wow. That is certainly a time to be a kid. It's in England as well. All right, so we are now done with chapter 7. We're gonna move on to chapter 8. But I'm gonna take a brief break here. I'm gonna get up and get some stretches in. Gonna get some more water as well. Ah. You know, one thing I would love to get. I wonder if I can find like another small table that I can use, that I can have my teapot or like my tea set on, because that would be awesome to have. That would be awesome to just have here on the side and just have my hot tea going. I'm gonna see if I can find like a little small table like that, or maybe make one. I know very little about woodworking, but maybe I can make my own little table that can hold on to my onto my tea set. But yeah, I will be right back. I'm gonna take a brief break here. We're gonna run ads as well while I'm gone. Just so just so we can avoid ads when I come back. Because yeah, it's 20 minutes. It's 20 minutes until ads, and this is another long chapter. So, because this is not the longest chapter in the world, but this is still another 10 pages. My dada does. I was gonna say it's like your dad does woodworking all the time. He's making two small ukuleles for your nieces. That's awesome. Hell yeah. I know very little about woodworking. I know a little bit about wood carving, but very little about woodworking though. But I'll see if I can maybe find like a little small table that I can just keep my tea my teapot on and like my teacups on, that I can just keep right next to my chair. That'd be nice. Because I'm craving tea, but the thing that sucks is like needing to go upstairs to get tea all the time. When it would be nice to just have my tea kettle and my teapot here, and just make the tea as I want, from the comfort of my own chair. What's this? But yeah, I'll be right back, guys. I'll see you guys here in just a little bit while I go get myself some water. And you know what? I think I want some tea. I think I want some tea. So I'm gonna go get myself some as well. But yeah, I'll see you guys here in just a few minutes.
tea, like I said. And I forgot my water. Fucking hell. I forgot my water. I'll be right back. I was forgetting something. Figures you were all washed up Oscuris. What the fuck, man? Why are you guys throwing shade at me all of a sudden? The fuck did I do? I don't do shit. I don't do shit to you guys, and yet I'm getting all of this shade? The fuck? Por qué? Why am I being treated like this? This is abuse. I'm being abused right now. And you guys aren't even taking me out to dinner. UV is bad for you, dude. Yeah, I know. I know UV is bad for us. Still gotta get some sun every now and then. Um, where's the lid to this thing, by the way? Give me a quick second because I'm looking for the lid for my tea, my little tea thing, and I cannot find it. Oh my god. The UV is bad for you, dude. You need the shade. Oh my god. Oh, that's terrible. Uh oh my ego. My ego is so bruised right now, damn. Ah, there it is. Cool. Damn, I'm being used and abused and not even and nobody's and you know what? Nobody's even taking me out to dinner either. It's like, yeah, let's just use and abuse the streamer right now. Like, damn. Why is it's that meme is like, why is everybody so mean to me? And I'm just like double cheeked up in the shower. uh that would be a really funny meme to get. I'll take you out to dinner, Shug. Thank you. I appreciate you. Um I need to get let me see, is that the I'm thinking of the right meme, right? Like, why is everyone mean to me meme? Yeah. I just need that where I get just double cheeked up on a Tuesday afternoon. Yeah, the shower one, exactly. Yep. I just need that. I need that meme. uh Did you know coffee was voted the best drink ever? It was close, but there were some absentee ballots. I hate that. Hate that one. Hate it. I hate that. Hated that. Hated that one. That was terrible. That was terrible.
Mods ban him. All right. Now that we've, do you have mods? Do I have mods here right now? That's the real question. I do have mods, yes. But my mods are lurkers in their own right. So yeah. Do I have mods here? I do have one mod here. I don't know. I don't know if they're paying attention right now or if they're just lurking. Yeah, I did see that prank you proposed. It's a top tier prank. But yeah, by the way, but if Switch, if you want to be a mod, I've known you long enough now that I trust you with being a mod. Um, I don't really have like a mod policy. I just have it like if there are people that have been here like consistently enough, and there are people that I know and trust to be impartial and all that stuff, I usually let them be mods. It's part of the reason why like with Ghost, I had Ghost be my mod, or I made Ghost a mod here recently because Ghost is here frequently enough. I know Ghost. I've known Ghost for such a long time now that I'm like, yeah, I trust the Ghosty lad. I trust the Ghosty lad to be my mod and not to abuse his power. And have the Artemis crew dress like the Borg from Star Trek and when they return as another prank. Oh my god, that would be really funny too. Also, trusting a raccoon, shake my head. I mean, it's fine. You don't have to be a mod. It's okay. Also, give me a second here. I'm eating some jerky. It's very thin cut jerky, and it's pretty good. Nah, but I would mod when I'm around. Oh yeah. And you see, before anything, let me double check. Narration settings. Um, how many mods can I have? Um, it's funny how like four of my mod spots are just bots. Let's see. You have been given the sword. Switch. I dub thee Knight of the Royal Archives. Use that sword with be impartial with the blade, but strike true and strike hard and strike fast. Time to immediately abuse my power. Oh god. Oh. That actually reminds me of something. Uh, don't need them. Give me a quick second here.
Oh, rad. One thing I remembered I need to do is I need to adjust some of my other roles. But people, some people need to get like VIP status, especially like some of those that have been hanging around for a while and that I'm friends with, and that I collab with regularly as well. But here we go. I got screwed by a motto over on another channel. I did say that when they nailed me for, uh, I did say what they nailed me for, but I was not given the chance to explain myself. I, that's the one thing. It's like, so, so here's the thing. Like, I will always give somebody like a chance to kind of explain themselves, right? I think that's important. I think it's important to like let somebody like to be heard out. But the other thing too is like there are certain situations in where I like I will strike hard and fucking fast with and just automatically like ban shit and because I do have like a zero tolerance policy for things like bigotry, like right, like that's one of those things where it's just like okay, yeah, no, that's a zero tolerance policy. But if it's something that is that you know maybe it's like an argument or what have you or something along those lines, I think it is important to hear someone out when somebody is at the very least like you know like trying to appeal the trying to appeal the ban for whatever reason, right? Um, but like I remember though there was this one time in the archives. I don't know if you guys remember Sabriel. You know I'm gonna name call him anyway because like I'm not like this is just one of those things that I just don't condone, and I think it's important that you know people know about like this kind of behavior as well because it's like I don't condone this kind of behavior. I don't think any other people should condone this kind of behavior, especially from somebody who's also supposed to be a streamer as well. But basically, it amounted to we were having an argument. Um, I was the argument was going around in circles between him and I just said, you know what? Uh, um, I well, what did I say? I said something along the lines of, um, like there's like I'm not going to bother arguing with you about this anymore. There's like, because you know, this is it's just not worth it, right? And I just said like basically we need to drop this. If we're not gonna if we're not gonna like change each other's minds on this topic, then we need to stop talking about this. And he went ahead and said something along the lines of, "Well, you're wrong anyway, so this is not much of an argument." And I was like, okay, so you're already like I've already established the idea that we need to stop talking, and yet you're continuing the argument, and then you're also insulting me at the same time, and I'm like, cool, I'm not taking this. It's like, yeah, all right, cool, not taking this. Fucking ban him, fucking kicked him out. I was like, no, this because the thing is, it's like, what if this had been somebody else too? Like that's the other way I think I thought about the situation is like, if somebody else was talking to somebody else like this, I would not have tolerated this in any other way because it's like that goes against the idea of like somebody is rescinding consent to continue this argument. So you need to respect that and be like, hey, they said no, yet you're continuing. Yeah, no, that's like an that's an insta ban in my regard too, because it's like because I play a dangerous game by allowing uh by allowing political talk and religious talk and all that kind of stuff in the Discord, right? Like we talk about current events, we talk about politics, we talk about religion, all that kind of stuff, right? And but because I am playing that dangerous game, I'm also not of the mindset to just let people get away with saying some fucked up shit either. Because basically what the argument amounted to was It amounted to me defending the Aztecs, the Mexica, because they're so the a lot of what people believe about the Aztecs was like, oh, the Aztecs were just constantly sacrificing their own people. They, they ate children, and they were just bloodthirsty conquerors and all that kind of stuff. And like, don't get me wrong, like I know that they were one of they were a the Triple Alliance of the Mexica were very much a war, like very focused on conquest. Like their patron god was Huitzilopochtli. He was the god of war, right? Um, and they were problematic in their sacrifices and in how often they were going to war, but they weren't sacrificing the hundreds of thousands of people that a lot of the conquistadors were saying, and a lot of the Catholic missionaries were saying. They were saying, like, they used to say, like, oh yeah, they the left-handed hummingbird, yes, correct. They were saying things like, oh, like, yes, they once sacrificed a city of 40,000 people in a single day, or something like that. And I had to tell Sabriel, like, this is not like like human sacrifice was indeed a part of the culture, yes, but they could not have sacrificed this many people, because it's not feasible given the demographics at the time. There just weren't that many people to sacrifice in that time period, right? Like it's just not feasible. Because it was just all fear mongering, and they're like, it's like, but they were still sacrificing people, and I'm like, yes, they were still sacrificing people, but they were not they were not killing entire cities worth of people. Yeah, like there's no proof of that claim. Yeah, like the thing is, it's like a lot of what we know about the Mexica and the Aztecs, and or of the Mexica Aztecs, is that a lot of this comes from very biased sources, and so that's why I was like, I was telling Sabriel, look, you and I are not going to agree on this thing, but you need to stop, like, because, like, again, you're perpetuating a colonialist, like, talking point here. You were saying that the Mexica were all nothing but bloodthirsty, human sacrificing people, when in reality that's not really the case. You need to stop, and, like, you might not have to agree with me that they you might not have to agree with me on this, but, like, this is just something that this is a talking point that I don't approve of, especially because it's a very colonialist type of talking point, because they love to point fingers at indigenous cultures as well, and say, oh well, the indigenous cultures are this and that, and they're savages, and they're blah blah blah, they do all this stuff, and it's like, no, they probably didn't, or if they did, it was under extreme situations. Like, you're taking out of context a lot here, and then you're saying all this stuff, and you have no evidence to back it up. It's one of those things, like, one of the things that I provided as proof in my argument against Sabriel in this situation was like, yeah, like, the number of, like, human remains that have been found in, like, the temples, because human remains have been found in the temples, right? Is, I think, somewhere between like 10 to 15,000. And this is over a long period of time, because some of the remains are older than others. So it's like human sacrifice was a thing, but from what we can posit with the evidence that we have from all of these different all of these different temple sites, and the graves that we've found, is that no, this number is a lot smaller than a lot of people think it is. Also, my tea is still really hot. But yeah, let's see. I said on a gaming channel, my only issue is that sometimes it seems that players aren't focused on the game. I got a timeout for that. I didn't even know it. I didn't even know it at the time. Uh, my only issue is that sometimes it seems that the players aren't staying focused on the game. I guess it really just depends. Don't worry, it'll be ice cold soon. Yeah, yeah, exactly. That's the dichotomy of hot drinks, right? It'll be ice cold before I know it. Which I don't mind. This is hojicha. Hojicha tastes good cold anyway. But yeah, so SMB on like on that type of comment, I don't know. Like I don't really think that's like a time outable offense. I get like yeah, like I feel like that I don't know. I guess I might need like a little bit more context as to, like to like what made you say that in the situation for that situation in the first place. But like I feel like that's just like a common complaint of yeah, like that like that would be like something you would give a warning to. Like hey, don't that doesn't fly here. Like don't critique the people playing the game or whatever. It's like that's all I could say about that because I know some people really don't like any kind of criticism when they're gaming. Um, mind you, it also depends on the context as well. Like I like how I was yesterday and Saturday or yesterday and Friday with my first playthroughs of Chrono Trigger and Chrono Trigger and Persona 3, right? It's like I don't need backseating. Or if I want backseating, I'll ask for it. But please don't like don't please don't yell in chat for me to look at something. Like don't backseat. Like it's just not. It's gonna make me not want to play the game if people backseat because it's like look, if you want a backseat, go play the game yourself. That's generally my philosophy on when people try to be like that. It wasn't even an insult, just a comment. I had just told them that they were a good gaming group. Even the people on the videos who saw that just commented that they are a wacky group. I don't disagree with them. Even they couldn't comment on why I got the timeout. The mod did that on their own. Okay, so it was very much the mod just being proactive, I guess. It highly depends on the streamer. Some streamers' content is about chilling and shooting the shit with the game in the background. Others focus on the game and say it in the we just hanging out streamers channel. I could see that as a warning. Yeah, like it feels like that's like from what you're telling me, SME. I think it was just the mod just kind of being a little too trigger happy on the timeout. Because I would offer like if that were me as a mod, I would say like especially especially if I know the streamer, I would probably be like, yeah, hey, dude, kind of like cool it down a little bit. We're just a chill gaming group here. It's like just relax. It's okay. That's just how it be. And again, that's that's the reason why I'll also like vocalize if I see something in chat that I don't like. It's like, hey, chill out. Like it doesn't happen all that often. You guys are a pretty chill group anyway. But it's like sometimes I do have to say like, yeah, chill the fuck out. Like it's my first time playing, or it's not my first time playing, so I know what I'm doing or whatever, right? Or it's like, oh, I know I'm bad. Please don't give me shit for like for being bad. Like I know I'm bad. I'm just harping with it. Apparently, it was the first strike against me. I didn't know that. I didn't know that was the case at the time. Really, that's a first strike. That's weird. Okay. Before we get even more sidetracked and lose more time, let me just double check something. Oh, good. Uh, we've been yapping a lot longer than I thought. It's all good. Don't worry, SMB. It's all good. It's the nature of the beast that happens when we're streaming like this. Okay. Yeah, let's go ahead and see if we can get through this next chapter in about 26 minutes, and then we'll take another ad break here. But yeah, no, don't worry about it, SMB. It's all good. It happens. It's part. It's the nature of the beast, as it were. All right, so we are now on chapter 8. On the morning of a fine June day, my first little bonny nursling and the last of the ancient Earnshaw stock was born. We were busy with the hay in a faraway field when the girl that usually brought our breakfast came running, an hour too soon across the meadow and up the lane, calling me as she ran. Oh, such a grand barn, she panted out. The finest lad that ever breathed. But the doctor says Missins must go. Says she's been in a consumption these many months. I heard him tell Mr. Hindley, and now she's has nothing to keep her, and she'll be dead before winter. You must come home directly. You're to nurse it, Nelly, to feed it with sugar and milk, and take care of it night and day. I wish I were you, because it'll be all yours when there is no missus. Jeez. But she is very ill, I asked, flinging down my rake and tying my bonnet. I guess she is. Yet she looks bravely, replied the girl, and she talks as if she thought of living to see it grow a man. She's out of her head of joy. It's such a beauty. If I were her, I'm certain I should not die. I should get better at the sight of it, in spite of Kenneth. I was fairly mad at him. Dame Archer brought the cherub down to master in the house, and his face just began to light up when the old croaker steps forward and says, Earnshaw, it's a blessing your wife has been spared to leave you this son. When she came, I felt convinced we shouldn't keep her long, and now I must tell you that the winter will probably finish her. Don't take on, and fret too much. It can't be helped, and besides, you should have known better than to choose such a rush of a lass. Jesus. Mrs. Earnshaw, please don't die, please. And what did the master answer? I inquired. I think he swore, but I didn't mind him. I was straining to see the bairn. And she began again to describe it rapturously. I, as zealous as herself, hurried eagerly home to admire, on my part, though I was very sad for Hindley's sake. He had room in his heart for only two idols, his wife and himself. He doted on both and adored one, and I couldn't conceive how he would bear the loss. Why does everyone suck? I don't know. Um, I'm kind of interested as to like what went into Emily Bronte's mind, or what went through her mind to write a cast of characters such as this. I'm really curious. When we got to Wuthering Heights, there he stood on the front door, and as I passed in, I asked, "How was the baby?" "Nearly ready to run, Nell," he replied, putting on a cheerful smile. "And the mistress?" I ventured to inquire. "The doctor says she's—" "Damn the doctor," he interrupted, reddening. "Frances is quite right. She'll be perfectly well by this time next week. Are you going upstairs? You will tell her that I'll come, if she'll promise not to talk. I left her because she would not hold her tongue, and she must... And tell her Mr. Kenneth says she must be quiet." Maybe she visited a place and everybody sucked. Yeah, maybe. I know that because I'm trying to remember a bit of the biography that that Vex mentioned in her readings of Jane Eyre. I know that the Bronte sisters, um a couple of them died very young. I believe it was Charlotte and Emily that died very young. Um and they were living through the consequences of like a mismanaged estate, if I remember correctly. Um if I remember correctly, I don't I would need to look this up, but I know they were upper class though. They were upper class. They did have a um I think for the time they had like an upper class like upbringing. I would say. I think. I could be wrong, though. I could be talking out my ass. I delivered the message to Mrs. Earnshaw. She seemed in flighty spirits, and replied merrily, I hardly spoke a word, Ellen, and there he has gone out twice, crying. Well, I say I promise I won't speak, but that does not bind me not to laugh at him. Poor soul, till within a week of her death that grey heart never failed her, and her husband persisted doggedly, nay, furiously, in affirming her health improved every day. When Kenneth warned him that his medicines were useless at that stage of the malady, and he needn't put him to further expense by attending to her, he retorted, I know you need not. She's well. She does not want any more attendance from you. She was, she never was in a consumption. It was a fever, and it is gone. Her pulse is as slow as mine now, and her cheek is cool. So she's dying from TB, by the way. Which makes sense since I do recall in the previous chapter they mentioned that she had a bit of a persistent cough. Gotta love consumption in Victorian England, right? He told his wife the same story, and she seemed to believe him. But one night, while leaning on his shoulder, in the act of saying she thought she should be able to get up tomorrow, a fit of coughing took her, a very slight one. He raised her in his arms, she put her 2 hands about his neck, her face changed, and she was dead. Jeez. As the girl had anticipated, the child Harrington fell wholly into my hands. Mr. Earnshaw, provided he saw him healthy and never heard him cry, was contented, as far as regarded him. For himself, he grew desperate. His sorrow was of that kind that will not lament. He neither wept nor prayed. He cursed and defied, execrated God and man, and gave himself up to reckless dissipation. You know what they say about consuming? You make a con out of Sue and Ming. That's terrible. That is just utterly terrible. Probably don't do that. They just want to make an honest living. Beautiful. The servants could not hear or could not bear his tyrannical and evil conduct long. Joseph and I were the only two that would stay. I had not the heart to leave my charge, and besides, I had been his foster sister, and excused his behavior more readily than a stranger would. Joseph remained to hector over tenants and laborers, and because it was his vocation to be where he had plenty of wickedness to reprove. The master's bad ways and bad companions formed a pretty example for Catherine and Heathcliff. His treatment of the latter was enough to make a fiend of a saint. And truly, it appeared as if the lad were possessed by something diabolical at that period. He delighted to witness Hindley degrading himself past redemption, and became daily more notable for savage sullenness and ferocity. I could not half tell what an infernal house we had. The curate dropped calling, and no one decent came near us at last, unless Edgar Linton's visits to Miss Cathy might be an exception. At 15, she was the queen of the countryside. She had no peer, and she did turn out a haughty, headstrong creature. I own I did not like her after infancy was past, and I vexed her frequently by trying to bring down her arrogance. She never took an aversion to me, though. She had a wondrous constancy to old attachments. Even Heathcliff kept his hold on her affections unalterably, and young Linton, with all his superiority, found it difficult to make an equally deep impression. He was my late master. That is his portrait over the fireplace. It used to hang on one side, and his wife's on the other, but hers has been removed, and or else you might see something of what she was. Can you make that out? Mrs. Dean raised the candle, turned a soft-featured face, exceedingly resembling the young lady at the Heights, but more pensive and amiable in expression.
hair curled slightly on the temples. The eyes were large and serious, the figure almost too graceful. I did not marvel how Catherine Earnshaw could forget her first friend for such an individual. I marveled at I marveled much how he, with a mind to correspond with his person, could fancy my idea of Catherine Earnshaw. A very agreeable portrait, I observed to the housekeeper. Is it like? Yes, she answered, but he looked better when he was animated. That is his everyday countenance. He wanted spirit in general. Catherine had kept up her acquaintance with the Lintons since her 5 weeks' residence among them, and and as she had no temptation to show her rough side in their company, and had the sense to be ashamed of being rude where she experienced such invariable courtesy, she imposed unwittingly on the old lady and gentleman by her ingenious cordiality, gained the admiration of Isabella and the heart and soul of her brother, acquisitions that flattered her from the first, for she was full of ambition, and led her to adopt a double character without exactly intending to deceive anyone.
Oh, interesting.
In the place where she heard Heathcliff termed a vulgar young ruffian, and worse than a brute, she took care not to act like him. But at home she had small inclination to practice politeness that would only be laughed at, and restrain an unruly nature when it would bring her neither credit nor praise. Mr. Edgar seldom mustered courage to visit Wuthering Heights openly. He had a terror of Earnshaw's reputation, and shrunk from encountering him, and yet he was always received with our best attempts at civility. The master himself avoided offending him, knowing why he came, and if he could not be gracious, kept out of the way. I rather think his appearance there was distasteful to Catherine. She was not artful, never played the coquette, and had evidently an objection to her two friends meeting at all, for when Heathcliff expressed contempt at Linton in his presence, she could not have coincide as she did in his absence, and when Linton evinced disgust and antipathy to Heathcliff, she dare not treat his sentiments with indifference, as if depreciation of her playmate were of scarcely any consequence to her. So Catherine fucking sucks too, right? She is neither a saint in this situation either. She's basically, from what I'm gathering here, she's playing both sides. She very much wants to be the wild child with Heathcliff, but also is pretending to be a nice, refined young lady with Edgar. That's and I feel like she's just playing both of them for a long con here. I don't know what for, but interesting. But since it seems that she is not in the picture, something must have happened to her. I have had many a laugh at her perplexities and untold troubles, which she vainly strove to hide from my mockery. That sounds ill-natured, but she was so proud it became really impossible to pity her distresses, till she should be chastened into more humility. She did bring herself finally to confess and to confide in me. There was not a soul there was not a soul else that she might fashion into an adviser. Mr. Hindley had gone from home one afternoon, and Heathcliff presumed to give himself a holiday on the strength of it. He had reached the age of 16 then, I think, and without having bad features or being deficient in intellect, he contrived to convey an impression of inward and outward repulsiveness that his present aspect retains no traces of. In the first place, he had by that time lost the benefit of his early education. Continual hard work, begun soon and concluded late, had extinguished any curiosity he had once possessed in pursuit of knowledge, and any love for books or learning. His childhood's sense of superiority, instilled into him by the favors of old Mr. Earnshaw, was faded away. He struggled long to keep up an equality with Catherine in her studies, and yielded with poignant though silent regret, but he yielded completely, and there was no prevailing on him to take a step in the way of moving upward. When he found he must necessarily sink beneath his former level. Then personal appearance sympathized with mental deterioration. He acquired a slouching gait, an ignoble look. His naturally reserved disposition was exaggerated into an almost idiotic excess of unsociable moroseness, and he took a grim pleasure, apparently, in exciting the aversion rather the esteem of his few acquaintance. Jeez. So again, the sort of, again, the uncomfortable implications of giving this kind of appearance to somebody of color is, God, this does feel very awkward to read, because it's like the way that Bronte describes Heathcliff deteriorating because he's basically being mistreated. It makes sense, right? Because it's like, yeah, like your mental health is reflective, or is reflected on you, like your physical appearance, right? Like, especially when you're dealing with the type of shit that Heathcliff is dealing with. But it's also very uncomfortable with, like, the fact that this is a person of color that this is happening to, and that he's constantly being looked down upon. Uh, Mind you, his behavior is not the best, right? He is not a well behaved person. He is not a good person. But it also just seems that, like, yeah, yeah. I feel for the guy. I do still feel for the guy. I empathize, to an extent, not overtly empathize with this guy. Catherine and he were constant companions still, at his seasons of respite from labor, but he had ceased to express his fondness for her in words, and recoiled with angry suspicion from her girlish caresses, as if conscious that there could be no gratification in lavishing such marks of affection on him. On on the before named occasion, he came into the house to announce his intention of doing nothing. While I was assisting Miss Cathy to arrange her dress, she had not reckoned on his taking it into his head to be idle, and imagining she would have the whole place to herself. She managed by some means to inform Mr. Edgar of her brother's absence, and was then preparing to receive him. Hey, Soren, how's it going, buddy? Welcome back. How you doing tonight, Soren? Soren redeeming stretches and hydrate. You got stuff. What kind of stuff do you got? What stuff did you get? Okay. Also, I will do stretches and hydrate after we finish this chapter, because we're almost done. Kathy, are you busy this afternoon? Asked Heathcliff. Are you going anywhere? No, it is raining, she answered. Why, you have that silk frock on, then, he said. Nobody coming here, I hope. Not that I know of, stammered Miss, but you should be in the field now, Heathcliff. It is an hour half past dinner time. I thought you were gone. Hindley does not often free us from his accursed presence, observed the boy. I will not work any more today. I'll stay with you. Oh, but Joseph will tell, she suggested. You better go. Joseph is loading lime on the farther side of Penistow Crag. It will take him till dark, and he'll never know. So saying, he lounged to the fire and sat down. Catherine reflected an instant, with knitted brows, found it needful to smooth the way for an intrusion.
Isabella and Edgar Linton talked of calling this afternoon, she said, at the conclusion of a minute's silence. As it rains, I hardly expect them, but they may come, and if they do, you run the risk of being scolded for no good. Order Ellen to say you are engaged, Kathy, he persisted. Do not turn me out for those pitiful, silly friends of yours. I am on the point sometimes of complaining that they... But I'll not. That they what? Cried Catherine, gazing at him with a troubled countenance. Oh, Nellie, she added petulantly, jerking her head away from my hands. You've combed my hair you've combed my hair quite out of curl. That's enough. Let me alone. What are you on the point of complaining about, Heathcliff? Nothing. Only look at that almanac on that wall. He pointed to a framed sheet hanging near the window and continued, The crosses are for the evenings you have spent with the Lintons. The dots are for those you've spent with me. Do you see I've marked every day? Yes, very foolish, as if I took notice, replied Catherine in a peevish tone. And where is the sense of that? To show that I do take notice, said Heathcliff. And should I always be sitting with you? She demanded, growing more irritated. What good do I get? What do you talk about? You might be dumb or a baby for anything you say to amuse me, or for anything you do either. You never told me before that I talked too little, or that you disliked my company, Kathy, exclaimed Heathcliff in much agitation. It is no company at all when people know nothing and say nothing, she muttered. Her companion rose up, but he hadn't time to express his feelings further, for a horse's feet were heard on the flags, and, having knocked gently, young Linton entered, his face brilliant with delight at the unexpected summons he had received. Doubtless Catherine marked the difference between her friends as one came in and the other went out. The contrast resembled what you see in exchanging a bleak, holy coal country for a beautiful, fertile valley, and his voice and greeting were as opposite as his aspect. He had a sweet, low manner of speaking, and pronounced his words as you do. That's less gruff than we talk here, and softer. I'm not to come too soon, am I? He said, casting a look at me. Yeah, I began to wipe the plate and tidy some drawers at the far end of the dresser. No, answered Catherine. What are you doing? What are you doing there, Nellie? My work, miss, I replied. Mr. Henley had given me directions to make a third party in any private visits Linton chose to pay. She stepped behind me and whispered crossly, Take yourself and your dusters off. When company are in the house, servants don't commence scouring and cleaning in the room where they are. It's a good opportunity, now that the master's away, I answered aloud. He hates me to be fidgeting over these things in his presence. I'm sure Mr. Edgar will excuse me. I got a dragon-themed pocket watch that doubles as a necklace. I got another pocket watch-like thing, also dragon-themed, but when you open it, instead of a pocket watch, is a tiny set of or has a full set of teeny D&D dice. Yo, that's cute. They're smaller than Skittles, and metal, though I don't know what kind. Yo, that's really cool. That's some cool shit, Soren. Hell yeah. I hate you to be fidgeting in my presence, exclaimed the young lady imperiously, not allowing her guest time to speak. She had failed to recover her equanimity since the little dispute with Heathcliff. I'm sorry for it, Miss Catherine, was my response, and I proceeded assiduously with my occupation. Oh, you fixed your dragon's eye pendant? Fuck yeah, Soren, hell. That's fucking good. I know you were really bummed out when that broke. Anyway, you gotta sleep for work. Don't forget to hydrate when you finish. Will do, buddy. No worries. She, supposing Edgar could not see her, snatched the cloth from my hand and pinched me with a prolonged wrench, very spitefully on the arm. Yeah, I'm still looking to get more pendants. I mean, totally fair, buddy. Get dripped out. Get yourself all nice and dripped out, Soren. I've said I did not love her, and rather relished mortifying her vanity now and then. Besides, she hurt me extremely, so I started up from my knees and screamed out, "Oh, miss, that's a nasty trick! You've no right to nip me, and I'm not going to bear it!" "I didn't touch you, you lying creature," cried she, her fingers tingling to repeat the act, her ears red with rage. She never had the power to conceal her passion. It always set her whole complexion in a blaze. "What's that then?" I retorted, showing the decided purple whiteness to refute her. Or decided purple witness, rather. I misread that. My bad. She stamped her foot, wavered a moment, and then, irresistibly impelled by the naughty spirit within her, slapped me on the cheek, a stinging blow that filled both eyes with water. "Catherine, love, Catherine," imposed Lidton, greatly shocked at the double fault of falsehood and violence which his idol had committed. "Leave the room, Ellen," she repeated, trembling all over. Little Harrington, who followed me everywhere and was sitting near me on the floor at seeing my tears, commenced crying himself and sobbed out complaints against wicked Aunt Cathy, which drew her fury on his unlucky head. She seized his shoulders and shook him until the poor child waxed livid, and Edgar thoughtlessly laid hold of her hands to deliver him. In an instant one was wrung free, and the astonished young man felt it applied over his own ear in a way that could not be mistaken for a jest. He drew back in consternation. I lifted Harrington to my arms and walked off to the kitchen with him, leaving the door of communication open, for I was curious to watch how they would settle their disagreement. Jesus, dude, that's... Jesus, she is terrible. Wow. Oh. Hmm. Weird. Did she box Lennon's ears just now? That's what I'm wondering. I'm either wondering if she boxed his ear or if she just grabbed it. Because it just says in an instant one was wrung free, and the astonished young man felt it applied over his own ear in a way that could not be mistaken for a jest. Yeah, I don't know. Still, she just shook a little kid. Well, so she pinched her, basically her stepsister, slapped her across the face, shook a little kid like a toddler, and then attacked the guy that likes her. Like, Jesus hell, dude. Let's see. The insulted visitor moved to the spot where he had laid his hat, pale and with a quivering lip. "That's right," I said to myself. "Take warning and be gone. It is a kindness to let you have a glimpse of her genuine disposition." "Where are you going?" demanded Catherine, advancing to the door. He swerved aside and attempted to pass. "You must not go," she exclaimed energetically. "I must and shall," he replied in a subdued voice. "No," she persisted, grasping the handle. "Not yet, Edgar Linton. Sit down. You shall not leave me in that temper. I should be miserable all night, and won't be miserable for you." Can I stay after you have struck me?" asked Linton. Catherine was mute. "You've made me afraid and ashamed of you," he continued. "I'll not come here again." Her eyes began to glisten, her lids to twinkle. Oh, dear. "And you told a deliberate untruth." "I didn't," she cried, recovering her speech. "I did nothing deliberately. Well, go, if you please. Get away. And now I'll cry myself sick." She dropped down on her knees by a chair and set to weeping in serious earnest. Edgar persevered in his resolution as far as the court. There he lingered. I resolved to encourage him. "Miss is dreadfully wayward, sir," I called out. "As bad as any marred child. You'd better get to be riding home, or else she will be sick, only to grieve us." The soft thing looked askance through the window. He possessed the power to depart as much as a cat possesses the power to leave a mouse half killed or a bird half eaten. I thought, there will be no saving him. He's doomed and flies to his fate. And so it was.
He turned abruptly, hastened into the house again, shut the door behind him, and when I went in a while after to inform them that Earnshaw had come home rabid drunk, ready to pull the whole place about our ears, his ordinary frame of mind in that condition, I saw the quarrel had merely effected a closer intimacy, had broken the outworks of youthful timidity, and enabled them to forsake the disguise of friendship, and confess themselves lovers. Oh no. Intelligence of Mr. Henley's arrival drove Linton speedily to his horse, and Catherine to her chamber. I went to hide little Harrington, and to take the shot out of the master's fowling piece, which he was fond of playing with in his insane excitement, to the hazard of the lives of any who provoked or even attracted his notice too much. And I had hit upon a plan of removing it, that he might do less mischief, if he did go the length of firing the gun.
Well, that's certainly something. Holy hell. So that's a Chekhov's gun. That is a literal Chekhov's gun right there, right? I have a sneaking suspicion of how Hindley is going to die. But also Catherine. Holy hell, is she manipulative? Like that other stuff is straight terrible, but she doesn't specifically want to attack. She doesn't specifically want to act like she's good in front of him. Yeah. Like that's the thing. She's usually on her better behavior in front of the Lintons, but she's also not a good person. Yeah, Catherine is a terrible person. They sound like a bunch of fucking idiot teenagers. Not even normal teenagers, just really dumb ones. Yeah. Yeah, no, I agree with you there. Because now they're about 16 to 17 in age, right? So things are only going to get worse from here. Chekhov's technique is quite useful, isn't it? Oh, it really is, yeah. It's one of those things that it's such a useful writing technique. Okay, so now that we're done with the chapter, and for whatever reason ads are not playing now, we're gonna go ahead. We're gonna hit on another ad break. I'm gonna make ads play now. We're gonna have ads play now, and then we're gonna get to chapter 9. Now, chapter 9 is a really long chapter. It's a little less than 20 pages, so we're gonna probably need the full hour to get through it. Especially because teens aren't necessarily that stupid. Most have decent heads on their shoulder. Stereotyping is a little silly. Well, here's the thing. The thing is, it's like, teens are intelligent in terms of, like, they know a lot of stuff, or they have the potential to know a lot of stuff, but they're not emotionally intelligent, right? They don't have a lot of wisdom either. Like, they don't have they literally don't have the experience to know better, right? Yes, they can be very well read, they can be very intelligent, they can be very street smart, but teenagers lack a lot of emotional maturity and a lot of emotional intelligence. This book is an example of everybody here has a very low emotional IQ. Like, again, these people are all terrible. Even as little kids and even now as teenagers. As anxious as they are about being embarrassed or different, they aren't super self-aware either. Exactly, yes. Teenagers are not really self-aware. Like, I'll look back at some of the shit I used to say as an angsty teenager, and I just fucking I want to smack myself for being as cringy as I was. I was a dumbass teenager. I was a very emotionally immature person when I was a high schooler. But then again, everybody is, and it goes back to what Alucard says in because I was also I was also kind of cringy as a 20 something too. But Alucard says is like, uh, who isn't an asshole in their early 20s? And if you weren't, you were probably a sociopath. And I'm like, yeah, I was a bit of an asshole in my early 20s. Early to mid 20s. I had my asshole moments to say the least. But yeah, I'm strangely about the same as back then. I was a little ignorant though. I mean, again, as like most kids are, yeah. As long as you're not like Joffrey from Game of Thrones, thank God I'm not that bad. Though one of my cousins, one of my younger cousins, her son is like a Joffrey in the making. He's a little that dude looks like a little fucking asshole in the making. I look at this kid and the way he looks back at you, it's like I get like you know what I get like type of vibes I get from this kid. He's like Damien from The Omen. Like I just want to punt this kid into the fucking nearest river because I think I'll save a lot of lives that way. Same goes for the other kid too. I am of the mindset that there are like you can tell when there are children that are capable of great evil, and it's like you look at them and it's like you're scary. You're a scary fucking kid. I don't like you. You're you're not just an annoying kid, because here's the thing, there's a difference between an annoying kid and a terrifying kid. Because like again, like I said, there's also like the difference between like a brat and like a monster child. Like same thing. Like kids are like kids are gonna be brats in one way, shape, or form, right? That's just how kids are. But when you look at a kid and they're looking at you back, and it's just like there's just something about the way that they look at you. It's just like don't like you. Mm-mm. There's something in my ancient monkey brain that is telling me that you are dangerous. I do not like you. And that is two of my cousins' younger kids. They give me they do certainly give me Joffrey vibes in the way they behave. It's like you. I was chased around by a 6-year-old with a knife, and I felt that way about him. Yeah, yep. Yeah, there are just some kids that are scary. Like I try to present like the general idea that I guess like project the general idea of like humanist philosophy, where it's like I believe everybody's worth is like every human is worth the same. No one human is worth more than the other. But when you're dealing with the types of monsters that humanity can bring out, it's just like some people are fucking scary, man. It's like it's some people are really fucking scary, and I don't. It's just a little too spooky for me. A little too spooky for me, I think. Um, but yeah. By the way, ads are gonna start here in a little bit. They're gonna start here in about a minute, so I'm gonna go ahead and go on my break. I'm gonna get some stretchies in because Soren did ask for that. But while you guys can still see me, I'm gonna take some more sip of my tea to hydrate myself for Soren. My tea is still nice and hot, thankfully, thanks to my little cup from. By the way, if you guys like tea, you guys can actually order from D&T, and if you use the link below, you'll get 10% off your 10% off your order, I believe. BRB, gotta clip my cat's nails. No worries. But if by the way, if you're also more of a coffee person, you can also use my code with the Tasha Coffee and also get like I think it's like 5% off your order with Etasha. So it's been a while since I plugged the tea and the coffee. So if you're at all interested in this stuff, feel free to check it out. But yeah, I'll be right back. I'll see you guys here in just a few minutes. Okay, now I'm back. I've led Mancha out of the bathroom, so I closed the door to my room. Um, I went to use the bathroom really quick. Um, and I just look at myself in the mirror. And I'm like, man, it still sucks that I've got all of these little these spots in my beard growth that are still so patchy. Like they don't grow all that much hair. Um, I need to do more of the micro needling on my face instead of just my scalp. To try to promote the hair follicles to grow. Um, but yeah, no, it's really annoying. I want to grow my big Gandalf beard, my big gray. Well, for now it's gonna be black, but when I'm old, I want to be able to grow my big thick Gandalf beard. Geared, I was gonna say geared. Um, though I was looking at my facial hair today. After I brushed my teeth this morning, and I noticed that I am growing a couple of gray hairs in my beard already. Um, but 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 I actually probably won't go. I probably won't go that gray. Um, just depending, like if my hair is anything like how my dad's is, like even with my dad touching up his hair with like dye and all that stuff. My dad, when he doesn't dye his hair, like his the top of his head hair or his beard, his facial hair, it's not even that gray. And my dad is gonna be 64, and he does not have a lot of gray in his beard or on the top of his head, or in his head in general. So I don't know what it'll look like for me. If I'll be able, or if I'll be going like full gray or not. I've seen reaction videos on the Lord of the Rings second movie where Gandalf returns. Most people are left speechless when they see him. Oh, I bet, yeah. My hairs refused to go gray. I had one gray hair and I was so happy and proud of it. And it was there for years, and then it fell out naturally while I was washing my hair. Damn, that sucks. I might have some other gray hairs like hiding in my hair, but it just depends. Like I might just not be able to see them because they're either smaller hairs or they're just in the back of my scalp or whatever. But I do have one on the side of my head. So, yeah. Uh but yeah, it'll be a while before I go gray, I think. Unless I live a really stressed out life. Oh, I don't know if I mentioned this. I might have. How will people know I'm old man? Exactly. Yeah. How will people know I'm old man? Um, but I actually don't know if I mentioned this. Did I mention that I had an interview on Friday? Um, I think I did. I think I did. Yes. But for anybody that wasn't here when I streamed on Friday, I had an interview on Friday, but it was with another law firm instead of a library. Um, and we'll see what happens. Because it's a civil law firm. I know that the job is going to be a little bit different from my current job, but from what the interview told me, it's going to be pretty similar to what I'm already doing. Um, though who knows? Depending on what really matters is like what they offer me with, like what they come back to because if they do decide to hire me, I'll see what they offer me uh as like a compensation package for the job. Um
But yeah, complain at young people over anything ridiculous, and they'll see you that way. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, they will call you a boomer. Kids will call you a boomer even if you're not a boomer. Get off my lawn that I don't have, exactly. I want a lawn. I want a lawn of I want the lawn of native plants that will piss off an HOA. And then I can yell at kids to get off of because I don't want them to ruin my wildflowers. Piss off two groups of people at once. uh if one more 23-year-old tells me they do not believe that I am 36, that they were older than me, or that I'm a vampire, do you just have really good gene switch that you just look really young? Maybe I'll grow another gray. I do not sun. That is also fair. Yeah, I do not ever sun. That, yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. I saw a pic on Facebook of a ride-on mower designed to look like it has tank turrets on it. I get the ultimate get off my lawn accessory. Nice. Personally, I think I look exactly my age. Fair enough, yeah. I think people expect, like, here's this weird thing. There's this weird expectation with people being in like their 30s and their 40s that, like, oh yeah, you're supposed to be going gray in your 30s and your 40s, and you're supposed to start looking like like old in your 30s. Mind you, I do notice that, like, I look at myself in the mirror sometimes and I'm like, man, yeah, I look at myself, I'm like, man, I do look older than I last remember. But it's like it's not that bad. Like, you could still look fairly young in your 30s and 40s. I think when you really start getting hit by age and time, I think it's probably going to be your 50s. I think that's when it really hits. Again, unless you live like a life that's really strenuous, uh, and you're out in the sun as well. Like, being out in the sun really does do a number on your skin, though. A 26-year-old told me they thought they had to protect me. Oh, damn, damn. I do not get it. Yeah, that's wild. Also, some kids age really, like age like some kids age up looking a lot older than they are too. Like, there are some high schoolers that I've met that did not look like high schoolers. They looked like they were in college, and I'm like, how the fuck do you have a full beard and you're a sophomore in high school? That's fucking wild. Yeah, no, it's weird. But without getting any more distracted, because we have a long chapter ahead of us, let's go ahead and get into chapter 9. Depending on how I feel after chapter 9, we might stop for tonight. Because I am starting to feel my voice a little bit. So we'll see. All right. Chapter 9. He entered, vociferating oaths dreadful to hear, and caught me in the act of stowing his son away in the kitchen cupboard. Harrington was impressed with the wholesome terror of encountering either his wild beast's fondness or his madman's rage, for in one he ran a chance of being squeezed and kissed to death, and the other of being flung into the fire or dashed against the wall, and the poor thing remained perfectly quiet wherever I chose to put him. Wait, you had to put this kid in the cupboard to get him away from his dad? That. Jesus Christ, these are terrible people.
There, I have found it at last, cried Hindley, pulling me back by the skin of my neck like a dog. By heaven and hell, you've sworn between you to murder that child. I know how it is now, that he is always out of my way, but with the help of Satan, I shall make you swallow the carving knife, Nelly. You needn't laugh, for I've just crammed Kenneth head downmost in the Black Horse Marsh, and 2 is the same as 1, and I want to kill some of you. I shall have no rest till I do.
How do I feel about seeing people's IRL face? I guess like the best way to put that is like I appreciate when people feel the confidence to need to share with me. Not the need, but like I appreciate that people trust me to show their IRL face, because I know with like the way things are right now, it's always like a flip of the fucking coin if people are gonna be weird or not. Um so yeah, I guess I would say I like it when people like trust me and say like, yo, this is what I look like, just either just to show off something, or like in the case of like meeting up for the first time, it's like, hey, this is what I look like, so that way you're not scared of when you see me. That type of thing. That's what I do as well. Like whenever I go to a con, I always like post a picture up on myself, like if I'm gonna meet friends for the first time, it's like, and they're online friends, it's like I just send them a picture. It's like, hey, look, this you're gonna see this guy, or like just look for somebody scruffy. Um, but yeah, like I said, yeah, I guess like putting it is like, yeah, I like it when people confide in me in that. Yeah, when they feel comfortable enough to share that with me, that's real sweet. I like it. But I don't like the carving knife, Mr. Hindley, I answered. It has been cutting red herrings. I'd rather be shot, if you plead. If you please.
You'd rather be damned, he said, and so you shall. No law in England can hinder a man from keeping his house decent, and mine's abominable. Open your mouth. He held the knife in his hand and pushed its point between my teeth, but for my part, I was never much afraid of his vagaries. I spat out and affirmed it tasted detestably. I would not take it on any account. Oh, he said, releasing me. I see that hideous little villain is not Harrington. I beg your pardon. Now, if it be, he deserves flaying alive for not running to welcome me, and for screaming as if I were a goblin. Unnatural cub, come hither. I'll teach thee to impose on a good-hearted, deluded father. Now, don't you think the lad would be handsomer cropped? It makes a dog fiercer and trim. Or it makes a dog fiercer, and I love something fierce. Get me a scissors, something fierce and trim. Besides, it's infernal affectation, devilish conceit it is to cherish our ears. We are asses enough without them. Hush, child, hush. Well then, it is, my darling, wished dry thy eyes. There's a joy. Kiss me. What? It won't. Kiss me, Harrington. Damn thee, kiss me. By God, as if I would rear such a monster. As sure as I am living, I'll break the brat's neck. Jesus. I, Jesus, man. God, what the? God, I certainly got myself into something. I don't know why.
I don't know why. Why do people think this is a romance? Like this book feels again this is just a book about terrible people. Oh God. Jeez. Poor Harriton was squalling and kicking in his father's arms with all his might, and redoubled his yells when he carried him upstairs and lifted him over the banister. I cried out that he would frighten the child into fits, and ran to rescue him. As I reached them, Hindley leaned forward on the rails to listen to a noise below, almost forgetting what he had in his hands. "Who is that?" he asked, hearing someone approaching the stairs foot. I leaned forward also for the purpose of signing to Heathcliff, whose step I recognized not to come further, and on the instant my eyes quitted Harrington, he gave a sudden spring, delivered himself from the careless grasp that held him, and fell. Jesus. There was scarcely time to experience a thrill of horror before we saw that little wretch was safe. Heathcliff arrived underneath just at that crucial moment, and by natural impulse he arrested his descent, and by setting him on his feet, looked up to discover the author of the accident. A miser who has parted with a lucky lottery ticket for 5 shillings and finds the next day he has lost in the bargain £5,000 could not show a blanker countenance than he did on beholding the figure of Mr. Earnshaw above. It expressed, plainer than words could, the intensest anguish at having made himself the instrument of thwarting his own revenge. Had it been dark, I dare say, he would have tried to remedy the mistake by smashing Harrington's skull on the steps, but we witnessed his salvation, and I was presently below with my precious charge pressed to my heart. Hindley descended more leisurely, sobered and abashed. "It's your fault, Ellen," he said. "You should have kept him out of sight. You should have taken him from me. Is he injured anywhere?" "Injured!" I cried angrily. "If he is not killed, you'll be an idiot. Oh, I wonder his mother does not rise from her grave to see how you use him. You're worse than a heathen, treating your own flesh and blood in that manner." He attempted to touch the child, who, on finding himself with me, sobbed of his terror directly. At at the first finger his father laid on him, however, he shrieked again louder than before, and struggled as if he would go into convulsions. "You shall not meddle with him," I continued. "He hates you. They all hate you. That's the truth. A happy family you have, and a pretty state you're come to." "I shall come to a prettier yet, Nelly," laughed the misguided man, recovering his hardness. "At present, convey yourself and him away, and hawk you, Heathcliff, clear you two quite from my reach and hearing. I wouldn't murder you tonight unless, perhaps, I set the house on fire, but that's as my fancy goes." While saying this, he took a pint bottle of brandy from the dresser and poured some into a tumbler. "Nay, don't," I entreated. "Mr. Hindley, do take warning. Have mercy on this unfortunate boy if you care nothing for yourself." "Anyone will do better for him than I shall," he answered. "Have mercy on your own soul," I said, endeavoring to snatch the glass from his hand. "Not I, on the contrary. I shall have greater pleasure in sending it into perdition, to punish its maker," cried the blasphemer. "Here to its hearty damnation." He drank the spirits, and impatiently bade us go, terminating his command with a squeal of horrid imprecations, too bad to repeat or remember. "It's a pity he cannot kill himself with drink," observed Heathcliff, muttering an echo of curses back when the door was shut. "He's doing his very utmost, but his constitution defies him. Mr. Kenneth says he would wager his mare that he'll outlive any man on this side of Grimmerton, and go to the grave on hoary sinner, unless some happy chance out of the common course befall him." So he's a bad drunk, but he's not gonna die of like liver of alcohol poisoning, it seems. Damn.
Jesus, man.
I went into the kitchen and sat down to lull my little lamb to sleep. Heathcliff, as I thought, walked through to the barn. It turned out afterwards that he only got as far as the other side of the settle when he flung himself on a bench by the wall, removed from the fire, and remained silent. I was rocking Harrington on my knee, humming a song that began, "It was far in the night, and the barnies grant, the mither beneath the moles heard that," when Miss Cathy, who had listened to the hubbub from her room, put her head in and whispered, "Are you alone, Nellie?" "Yes, miss," I replied. She entered and approached the hearth. I, supposing she was going to say something, looked up. The expression on her face seemed disturbed and anxious. Her lips were half asunder, as if she meant to speak, and she drew a breath, but it escaped in a sigh instead of a sentence. I resumed my song, not having forgotten her recent behavior. There was once a knight that loved the drink. Cirrhosis of liver, Jesus. Bruh, why is resizing shit on my laptop so annoying? Oh, yeah. Yeah, unless you have a mouse, it's really tedious. "Where's Heathcliff?" she said, interrupting me. "About his work in the stable," was my answer. He did not contradict me, perhaps he had fallen into a doze. There followed another long pause, during which a drop or two trickled from Catherine's cheek to the flags. Is she sorry for her shameful conduct? I asked myself. That will be a novelty, but she may come to the point as she will. I shan't help her. No, she felt small trouble regarding any subject save her own concerns. "Oh dear," she cried at last, "I'm very unhappy." "A pity," I observed. "You're hard to please, so many friends and so few cares, and you can't make yourself content. Nellie, will you keep a secret for me?" she pursued, kneeling down by me and lifting her winsome eyes to my face, so with that sort of look which turns off bad temper, even when one has all the right in the world to indulge it. "Is it worth keeping?" I inquired less sulkily. "Yes, and it worries me, and I must let it out. I want to know what I should do. Today, Edgar Linton asked me to marry him, and I had given him an answer. Now, before I tell you whether it was consent or denial, you tell me which it ought to have been." "Really? Miss Catherine, how could I know?" I replied. "To be sure, considering the exhibition you performed in his presence this afternoon, I might say it would be wise to refuse him, since he asked you after that. He must either be hopelessly stupid, or venturesome fool." "If you talk so, I won't tell you any more," she returned, peevishly, rising to her feet. "I accepted him, Nellie. Be quick and say whether I was wrong." "You accepted him? Then what good is it discussing the matter? You have pledged your word and cannot retract." "But say whether I should have done so. Do!" she exclaimed in an irritated tone, chafing her hands together and frowning. "There are many things to be considered before that question can be answered properly," I said sententiously. Sententiously. That is certainly a word. "First and foremost, do you love Mr. Edgar?" "Who can help it? Of course I do," she answered him. Then I put her through the following catechism. For a girl of 22, it was not injudicious. Am I saying that correctly? "Do you love him, Miss Cathy?" "Nonsense, I do. That's sufficient." "By no means. You must say why." "Oh, is that not how you say it? How do you say it? Oh god. Injudicious. Oh, injudicious. Injudicious.
There we go. Okay.
For a girl of 22, it was not. It was on injudicious. Injudicious, yeah. By no means you must say why. Well, because he is handsome and pleasant to be with. Bad, was my commentary. Because he is young and cheerful. Bad still. Because he loves me. Indifferent coming there. And he will be rich, and I shall like to be the greatest woman of the neighborhood, and I shall be proud of having such a husband. Worst of all, and now say how you love him. As everybody does. You're silly, Nelly. Not at all. Answer. I love the ground under his feet, the air over his head, and everything he touches, and every word he says. I love all his looks and all his actions, and him entirely altogether. There, now. And why? Nay, you are making a jest of it. It is exceedingly ill-natured. It's no jest to me, said the young lady, scowling and turning her face to the fire. I'm very far from jesting, Miss Catherine. I replied. You love Mr. Edgar because he is handsome and young and cheerful and rich and loves you. The last, however, goes for nothing. You would love him without that, probably, and with it you wouldn't, unless he possessed the four former attractions. No, to be sure not. I should only pity him, hate him, perhaps, if he were ugly and a clown. But there are several other handsome rich young men in the world, handsomer, possibly, and richer than he is. What should hinder you from loving them? If there be any, they're out of my way. I've seen none like Edgar. You may see some, and he won't always be handsome and young, and may not always be rich. He is now, and I have only to do with the present. I wish you speak rationally. Well, that settles it. You have only to do with the present. Marry Mr. Linton. I don't want your permission for that. I shall marry him, and yet you have not told me whether I am right. Perfectly right. If people be right to marry only for the present, and now let us hear what you are unhappy about. Your brother will be pleased. The old lady and gentleman will not object. I think you will escape from a disorderly, comfortless home into a wealthy, respectable one, and you love Edgar, and Edgar loves you. All seems smooth and easy. Where's the obstacle? Here and here, replied Catherine, striking one hand on her forehead and the other on her breast. In whichever place the soul lives, in my soul and in my heart, I'm convinced I'm wrong. That's very strange. I cannot make it out. It's my secret. But if you will not mock me, I'll explain it. I can't do it distinctly, but I'll give you a feeling of how I feel. She seated herself by me again. Her countenance grew sadder and graver, and her clasped hands trembled. Nellie, do you never dream queer dreams? She said suddenly after some minutes reflection. Yes, now and then, I answered. And so do I. I've dreamt in my life dreams that have stayed with me ever after and changed my ideas. They've gone through and through me like wine through water and altered the color of my mind. And this is one. I'm going to tell it, but take care not to smile at any part of it. And wait, Oh, don't, Miss Catherine, I cried. We're dismal enough without conjuring up ghosts and visions to perplex us. Come, come, be merry and be yourself. Look at little Harrington. He is dreaming of nothing dreary. How sweetly he smiles in his sleep. Okay, I sent the best recent picture, and even on a good day, I do not look like I'm in my 20s. See, I could see it a little bit of you being in your late 20s, early 30s. Yeah, but I would say yeah, you look like you are at least in your 30s or at no, at most in your early mid 30s at most. As young as I would go would probably be like late 20s. Yeah. You don't, but yeah, I was gonna say it's like you don't look like a high schooler. At least, like in my opinion, you don't look like a high schooler. Because it's like I was gonna say if people are saying that they need to protect you, it makes me think like, okay, wait, does Switch look like they belong in high school? You do you garner respect, yes. Yeah, you are. So, thank you. Yep, of course. All right. Let's see. Where was I? Yes, and how sweetly his father curses in his solitude. You remember him, I dare say, when he was just another as that chubby thing, nearly as young and innocent. However, Nellie, I shall oblige you to listen. It's not long, and I've no power to be merry tonight. I won't hear it. I won't hear it. I replied hastily, or I repeated hastily. I was superstitious about dreams then, and am still, and Catherine had an unusual gloom in her aspect that made me dread something from which I might shape a prophecy and foresee a fearful catastrophe. Oh, shit. She was vexed, but she did not proceed. Apparently, taking up another subject, she recommenced in a short time. If I were in heaven, Nellie, I should be extremely miserable. Because you are not fit to go there, I answered. All sinners would be miserable in heaven. Holy shit, Nellie has no chill. Though honestly, out of all the characters in this, I think I respect Nellie the most. But it's not for that. I dreamt once that I was there. I tell you, I won't be hearken to your dreams, Miss Catherine. I'll go to bed. I interrupted again. She laughed and held me down, for I made a motion to leave my chair. This is nothing, cried she. I was only going to say that heaven did not seem to be my home, and I broke my heart with weeping to come back to earth, and the angels were so angry that they flung me out into the middle of the heath on the top of Wuthering Heights, where I awoke sobbing for joy. That will do to explain my secret, as well as the other. I've no more business to marry Edward or Edgar Linton than I have to be in heaven. And if the wicked man in there had not brought Heathcliff so low, I shouldn't have thought of it. It would degrade me to marry Heathcliff now, so he shall never know how I love him. And that not because he is handsome, Nellie, but because he's more of myself than I am. Whatever our souls are made of, his and mine are the same, and Linton's is as different as a moonbeam from lightning or frost from fire. Yeah. By the way, this Hojicha is so good. Ere this speech ended, I became sensible of Heathcliff's presence. Having noticed a slight movement, I turned my head and saw him rise from the bench and steal out noiselessly. He had listened until he heard Catherine say it would degrade her to marry him, and he stayed to hear no farther. Oh god, this is a Shrek situation where he only hears like part of the conversation and ignores the other part and or misses the other part of it. My companion, sitting on the ground, was prevented by the back of the settle from remarking his presence or departure. But I started and bade her hush. Why? She asked, gazing nervously round. Joseph is here, I answered, catching opportunely the roll of his cartwheels up the road, and Heathcliff will come in with him. I'm not sure whether he were not at the door this moment. Oh, he couldn't overhear me at the door, she said. Give me Hareton, while you get the supper, and when it is ready, ask me to sup with you. I want to cheat my uncomfortable conscience, and be convinced that Heathcliff has no notion of these things. He has not, has he? He does not know what being in love is. Yeah, I somehow doubt that. I feel like Heathcliff also is in love with you, but you're just the both of you two are just too stupid. I see no reason that he should not know as well as you. Lol, lol, Shrek is plagiarism. Yes. I returned, and if you are his choice, he will be most unfortunate creature that was ever born. As soon as you become Mrs. Linton, he loses friend and love and all. Have you considered how you'll bear the separation, and how he'll bear to be quite deserted in the world? Because, Miss Catherine, he quite deserted. We separated, she exclaimed with a accent of indignation. Who is to separate us, pray? They'll meet the feet of Milo. Not as long as I live, Ellen, for no mortal creature. Every Linton on the face of the earth might melt into nothing before I could consent to forsake Heathcliff. Oh, that's not what I intend. That's not what I mean. I shouldn't be Mrs. Linton were such a price demanded. He'll be as much to me as he has been all his lifetime. Edgar must shake off his antipathy and tolerate him at least. He will when he learns of my true feelings towards him. Nellie, I see now you think of me as selfish wretch. But did it ever strike you that if Heathcliff and I married, we should be beggars? Whereas if I marry Linton, I could aid Heathcliff to rise and place him out of my brother's power. With your husband's money, Miss Catherine? I asked. You'll find him not so pliable as you calculate upon, and though I'm hardly a judge, I think that's the worst motive you've given yet for being the wife of young Linton. Okay, so very very interesting dilemma going on here. I feel like she just does not have any faith in Heathcliff, though. Like, she loves Heathcliff, but I think Catherine also underestimates Heathcliff. Jeez, dude. Jeez, the story is such a mess. Like, she loves him, but because he's not going to be rich, she doesn't want to be with him. And I'm like, and I'm like, does it should that really matter? Like, I mean, it should a little bit, but like if you actually believed in Heathcliff, you would try to like make the your lives work together, right? I don't know. These people are a mess. It is not, she retorted. It is the best. The others were the satisfaction of my whims, and for Edgar's sake, too, to satisfy him. This is for the sake of one who comprehends in his person my feelings to Edgar and myself. I cannot express it, but surely you and everybody have a notion that there is, or should be, an existence of yours beyond you. What were the use of my creation if I were entirely contained here? My great miseries in the world have been Heathcliff's miseries, and I watched and felt each from the beginning. My great thought in living is himself. If all else perished and he remained, I should still continue to be. And if all else remained and he were annihilated, the universe would turn to a mighty stranger. I should not seem a part of it. My love for Linton is like foliage in the woods. Time will change it, I'm well aware. As winter changes the trees, my love for Heathcliff resembles the eternal rocks beneath, the source of little visible delight, but necessary. Nellie, I am Heathcliff. He is always, always in my mind. Not as a pleasure, any more than I am a pleasure to myself, but as my own being. So don't talk of our separation again. It is impractical, and she paused and hid her face in the folds of my gown, but I jerked it forcibly away. I was out of patience with her folly. If I can make any sense of your nonsense, miss, I said, it only goes to convince me that you are ignorant of the duties you undertake in marrying, or else that you are a wicked, unprincipled girl. But trouble me with no more secrets. I will not promise to keep them. You'll keep that? She asked eagerly. No, I I'll not promise, I repeated. She was about to insist when the entrance of Joseph finished our conversation, and Catherine removed her seat to a corner and nursed Hareton, while I made the supper. After it was cooked, my fellow servant and I began to quarrel who should carry some to Mr. Hindley, and we didn't settle it till it all was nearly cold. Then we came to the agreement that we would let him ask if he wanted any, for we feared particularly to go into his presence when he had been some time alone. God, the wording for this is a little weird sometimes. Oh God, now Joseph's talking. Ugh. Oh God. Whenever somebody talks with like a very visible accent like this in writing, it's so hard for me to read sometimes. And has and isn't the not come in fra the field? Be this time. What is he about? Get er Gert Edel sight Edel sight. I don't know. Demanded the old man, looking around for Heathcliff. I'll call him, I replied. He's in the barn, I've no doubt. Might had heard a good part of what she had said, I was sure, and told how I saw him quit the kitchen just as she complained of her brother's conduct regarding him. She jumped up in a fine fright, flung Hareton onto the settle, and ran to seek for her friend herself, not taking leisure to consider why she was so flurried, or how her talk would have affected him. She was absent such a while that Joseph proposed we should wait no longer. He cunningly conjectured that they were staying away in order to avoid hearing his protracted blessing. They were ill enough for ony fall manners, he affirmed, and on their behalf he added that night a special prayer to the usual quarter of an hour's supplication before meat, and would have tacked another to the end of the grace, had not his young mistress broken in upon him with a hurried command that he must run down to the road, and wherever Heathcliff had rambled, find him and make him re-enter directly. Oh, these people are a mess. Oh, my tea's at that perfect temperature now, where it's warm, where it's just warm enough. Like, perfect. Okay, take another swig. Oh, that's good. Oh, that's good. Yeah, that nice sweet spot. It's warm enough. Like, I want to speak with him, and I must, before I go upstairs, she said, and the gate is open. He is somewhere out of hearing, for he would not reply, though I shouted at the top of the fold as loud as I could. Joseph objected at first. She was too much in earnest, however, to suffer contradiction, and at last he placed his hat on his head and walked grumbling forth. Meantime, Catherine paced up and down the floor, exclaiming, I wonder where he is. I wonder where he can be. What did I say, Nellie? I've forgotten. Was he vexed at my bad humor this afternoon? Dear, tell me what I have said to grieve him. I do wish he'd come. I do wish he would. What a noise for nothing, I cried, though rather uneasy myself. What a trifle scares you? It's surely no great cause of alarm that Heathcliff should take a moonlight saunter on the moors, or even lie too sulky to speak to us in the hayloft. I'll engage he's lurking there. See if I don't ferret him out. Jeez, dude, yeah. I, even though I don't picture this going smoothly, like from what we know so far of like the modern day, like of the modern day family, that that um the current Catherine, like or that Catherine is gone at the what we assume is dead. Catherine is dead at the starting point of the story. Um, I'm yeah, I'm betting that this does not end well. Something happens between now and then. Mm, I departed to renew my search. Its result was disappointment, and Joseph's quest ended in the same. Yon lad gets waur and waur, observed he on re-entering. He's left the yate on to full swing, and Mrs. Pony has thrown down 2 rigs o' corn and plodded through, right o'er into the meadow. Handsome diver to master'll play it to divil more to morn, and he'll do weel. He's patient, stillen, with sich carelessness of a crater's patience, it's sillin he is, but he'll not be so loose, ye see. All on ye. Ya mun drive him off his head for naught. The implication that it is it, the implication at the beginning of the story is that she is dead. Yes, because at the beginning of the story we are introduced to Joseph, who is still alive, Heathcliff, another Catherine Earnshaw. This is this Catherine Earnshaw is not this Catherine Earnshaw is not the current one. This basically she's Catherine Earnshaw the second, if we want to differentiate. Um, and then Harrington, yes. So so in this flashback sequence, we are introduced to old Mr. Earnshaw, old Mrs. Earnshaw, Hindley Earnshaw, and Frances Earnshaw, and then we're introduced to old Mr. Linton, old Mrs. Linton, Edgar Linton, and Isabella Linton, right? No, this is not the current one, yeah. Um, so some shenanigans happens between it happens between this flashback sequence and now that 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 at the very least the there's a reason why the current Catherine, like the Catherine we're reading of right now, is no longer in the picture. But I'm assuming she's dead because I mean Francis is dead. Francis is dead. I'm assuming Hindley's also dead too. That's my bet. Also, ads are not gonna start. You can fuck off. Time to fuck off with that. Um, we got 2 more snoozes, so we gotta get through. I think so because the guy wailed for her ghost. Exactly. That's the thing. It's like Heathcliff wailed for Kathy, so she's not around anymore. Um, have you found Heathcliff, you ass? Interrupted Catherine. Have you been looking for him as I ordered? Want some more liquor, look for the horse, he replied. It would be to more sense, but all can look for no other horse, nor man of a night like this, as black as the chimbley. Und Heathcliff's none the chap to come out my whistle. Happen he'll be less hard on hearing wi' ye. I'm assuming Joseph is Irish or Scottish, just because of the way they intonate. Yeah, I don't know. They never said what Joseph is. He's just an asshole. It was a very dark evening for summer. The clouds appeared inclined to thunder, and I said we had better all sit down. The approaching rain would be certain to bring him home without further trouble. However, Catherine would not be persuaded into tranquillity. She kept wandering to and fro from the gate to the door in a state of agitation which permitted no repose. At length, took up a permanent situation on one side of the wall near the road, where, heedless of my expostulations and the growling thunder and the great drops that began to splash round her, she remained, calling at intervals, and then listening, then crying outright. She beat Hareton, or any child, at a good passionate fit of crying. Yorkshire, says the net. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Well, for whatever reason, he has a really weird way of speaking. About midnight, while we still sat up, the storm came rattling over the heights in full fury. There was a violent wind, as well as a thunder, and either one or the other split a tree off at the corner of the building. A huge bough fell across the roof and knocked down a portion of the east chimney stack, sending a clatter of stone and soot into the kitchen fire. We thought a bolt had fallen into the middle of us, and Joseph swung onto his knees, beseeching the Lord to remember the patriarchs Noah and Lot, and, as in former times, spare the righteous, though he smote the ungodly. I felt some sentiment that it must be judgment on us also. The Jonah in my mind was Mr. Earnshaw, and I shook the handle of his den that I might ascertain if he were yet living. He replied audibly enough, in a fashion which made my companion vociferate more clamorously than before, that a wide distinction might be drawn between saints like himself and sinners like his master. But the uproar passed away in 20 minutes, leaving us all unharmed, excepting Cathy, who got thoroughly drenched in her obstinacy in refusing to take shelter, and standing bonnetless and shawlless to catch as much water as she could with her hair and clothes. She came in and lay down on the settle, all soaked as she was, turning her face to the back and putting her hands before it. There's a surprising range of accents from Great Britain, even just England. Yeah, there is. I will agree on that front. Does she fucking get sick and die from that? Who knows, man? Who knows? Well, miss, I exclaimed, touching her shoulder, you are not bent on getting your death, are you? You do know what o'clock it is? 12:30. Come to bed. There's no use waiting any longer on that foolish boy. He'll be gone to Gimmerton, and he'll stay there now. He guesses we shouldn't wait for him until this late hour, at least. He guesses that only Mr. Hindley would be up, and he'd rather avoid having the door opened by the master. She'll have deserved it, honestly. Yeah, I agree. That's what the musical My Fair Lady revolved around. Oh, really? Somebody getting, pneumonia and dying? Nay, he's no a Gimmerton, said Joseph. Nos never wonder, but he's at the bottom of a bog-hole. This visitation won for naught, and I would have ye to look at. Miss, ye might me next. Thank heaven for all works together for good to them as is chosen, and pike at throw the rubbish. Ya know what the scripture says. Oh, it's about no accents or accents in the UK. Interesting. And he began quoting several texts, referring us to chapters and verses where we might find them. Nightbot, what are you doing? It was explained to me by a Brit that was actually a pretty good example of classism in England. Really? Interesting. How can you tell what a person is or is from based on how they talk? A man claims he can make a Cockney girl sound like a proper lady and pass her off at a ball. Jesus. I, having vainly begged the wilful girl to rise and remove her wet things, left him preaching and her shivering, and betook myself to bed with little Hareton, who slept as fast as if everyone had been sleeping round him. I heard Joseph read on a while afterwards, then I distinguished his slow step on the ladder, and then I dropped asleep. Coming down somewhat later than usual, I saw by the sunbeams piercing the chinks in the shutters Miss Catherine still seated near the fireplace. The house door was ajar too. Light entered from its unclosed windows. Hindley had come out and stood on the kitchen hearth, haggard and drowsy. "What ails you, Kathy?" he was saying as I entered. "You look as dismal as a drowned whelp. Why are you so damp and pale, child?" "I've been wet," she answered reluctantly, "and I'm cold, that's all." "Oh, she is naughty," I cried, perceiving the master to be tolerably sober. "She got steeped in the shower of yesterday evening, and there she sat the night through, and I couldn't prevail on her to stir." Mr. Earnshaw stared at us in surprise. "The night through?" he repeated. "What kept her up? Not the fear of thunder, surely. That was over hours since." Neither of us wished to mention Heathcliff's absence, as long as we could conceal it, so I replied, "I don't know how she took it into her head to sit up, and she said nothing. The morning was fresh and cool. I threw back the lattice, and presently the room filled with sweet scents from the garden. But Catherine called peevishly to me, 'Ellen, shut the window, I'm starving.' Her teeth chattered as she shrank closer to the almost extinguished embers. "She's ill," said Hindley, taking her wrist. "I suppose that's the reason she would not go to bed. Damn it, I don't want to be troubled with more sickness here. What took you into the rain?" "Running after the lads, as usual," croaked Joseph, catching an opportunity from our hesitation to thrust in his evil tongue. Ew. "If I were ya, master, I'd just slam the boards in uh, their faces all on them, gentle and simple. Never a day ut yar off, but yon you can't on Linton's come sneaking hither, and Miss Nelly, she's a fine lass. Shoes sits waiting for ye in the kitchen, and as you're in at the door, he's at the other. And then our grand lady goes a courting off her side. It's bonny behaviour, lurking among the fields after 12 a night, with that fall flaysome devil of a gypsy Heathcliff. They think blind, not out of sort. Oh, seed young Linton, both coming and going, and all seed ya," directing his discourse at me, "ya good for naught slatternly witch, nip up and bolting in the ha's the minute ya heard the master's horse fit clatter up the road." Wow, he is just snitching on Catherine, Heathcliff, and Linton. God damn, dude. "Silence, eavesdropper!" cried Catherine. "None of your insolence before me. Edgar Linton came yesterday by chance, Hindley, and it was I who told him to be off, because I knew you would not like to have met him as you were." "You lie, Cathy, no doubt," answered her brother, "and you were confounded simpleton. But never mind Linton at present. Tell me, were you not with Heathcliff last night? Speak the truth now. You need not be afraid of harming him. Though I hate him as much as ever, he did me a good turn, a short time since, that will make my conscience tender of breaking his neck. To prevent it, I shall send him about his business this very morning, and after he's gone, I'd advise you to all look sharp. I shall only have the more humour for you." "I never saw Heathcliff last night," answered Catherine, beginning to sob bitterly, "and if you do turn him out the doors, I'll go with him. But perhaps you'll never have an opportunity. Perhaps he's gone." Here she burst into uncontrollable grief, and the remainder of her words were inarticulate. Hindley lavished on her a torrent of scornful abuse, and bid her to get to her room immediately, or she shouldn't cry for nothing. I obliged her to obey, and I shall never forget what a scene she acted. When we reached her chamber, it terrified me. I thought she was going mad, and I begged Joseph to run for the doctor. It proved the commencement of delirium. Mr. Kenneth, as soon as he saw her, pronounced her dangerously ill. She had a fever. He bled her. Jesus. He bled her, and he told me to let her live on whey and water gruel, and take care she did not throw herself downstairs or out of the window. And then he left, for he had left enough to do in the parish where 2 or 3 miles was the ordinary distance between cottage and cottage. Though I cannot say I made a gentle nurse, and Joseph and the master were no better, and though our patient was as wearisome and headstrong as a patient could be, she weathered it through. Old Mrs. Linton had paid us several visits, to be sure, and set things to rights, and scolded and ordered us all, and when Catherine was convalescent, she insisted on conveying her to Thrushcross Grange, for which deliverance we were very grateful. But the poor dame had reason to repent of her kindness. She and her husband both took the fever, and died within a few days of each other. Holy shit. Our young lady returned to us saucier and more passionate and haughtier than ever. Heathcliff had never been heard of since the evening of the thunderstorm, and one day I had the misfortune, when she provoked me exceedingly, to lay the blame of his disappearance on her, where indeed it belonged, as well as she knew. From that period, for several months, she ceased to hold any communication with me, save in relation of a servant. Joseph fell under a ban also. He would speak his mind and lecture her all the same as if she were a little girl, and she esteemed herself a woman, and our mistress, and thought that her recent illness gave her a claim to be treated with consideration. Then the doctor had said she would not bear crossing much. She ought to have her own say, and it was nothing less than murder in her eyes for anyone to presume to stand up and contradict her. Yeah, it's crazy that they just died within days of getting the fever. That's fucking nuts. From Mr. Earnshaw and his companions she kept aloof, and tutored by Kenneth, and serious threats of a fit that often attended her rages, her brother allowed her whatever she pleased to demand, and generally avoided aggravating her fiery temper. He was rather too indulgent in humoring her caprices. Not from affection, but from pride, he wished earnestly to see her bring honor to the family by an alliance with the Lintons, and as long as she let him alone she might trample on us like slaves for aught he cared. Edgar Linton, as multitudes have been before and will be after him, was infatuated, and believed himself to be the happiest man alive on the day he led her to Gimmerton Chapel, 3 years subsequent to his father's death. Much to against my inclination, I was persuaded to leave Wuthering Heights and accompany her here. Little Harrington was nearly 5 years old, and I had just begun to teach him his letters. We made a sad parting, but Catherine's tears were more powerful than ours. When I refused to go, and when she found her entreaties did not move me, she went lamenting to her husband and brother. The former offered me munificent wages, the latter ordered me to pack up. He wanted no women in the house. He said now that there were no mistresses, and as to Hareton, the curate should take him in hand and by. And so I had but one choice left, to do as I was ordered. I told the master he got rid of all decent people only to run to ruin a little faster. I kissed Hareton goodbye, and since then he has been a stranger, and it's very queer to think of it, but I've no doubt he has completely forgotten all about Ellen Dean, and that he was ever more than all the world to her, and she to him. At this point of the housekeeper's story, she chanced a glance towards the timepiece over the chimney, and was in amazement on seeing the minute hand measure 1:30. She would not hear of staying a second longer. In truth, I felt rather disposed to defer the sequel of her narrative myself, and now that she is vanished to her rest, I have meditated for another hour or two. I shall summon the courage to do so, also in spite of aching laziness of head and limbs. Okay. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and call it there because it's almost 9:30. But what I will do, because I don't have any more, I don't have any more, I don't have any more snoozes. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead. We're gonna run ads. We're gonna chat for a little bit longer, and then we're gonna raid out. Because just to give myself a chance to go use the restroom one more time, and then I'll be back to chat for a little bit, and then raid out. But yeah, I'll be right back, guys. We're gonna run ads now, and I'll see you guys here in just a few minutes.
All right, so we are now back. I made myself a little bit of a snack to have after I'm done here. Uh, as I'm here wrapping up, but yeah, I gotta say, yeah, I quickly I stick with the just general premise that everybody in this book is a terrible person. Um, Now, mind you, I feel for I do empathize with some of the characters though, like young Hindley. I do empathize with because this kid your dad brought home one day is like the favorite, and anybody who berates the kid is like gets the like basically the shit end of the stick. And then I empathize with Heathcliff because by the nature of like his skin color and all that, people treat him differently and poorly in a bunch of fucked up ways. um and I can kind of empathize with like young Catherine a little bit, where where her and Heathcliff are like just dumb kids that don't know any better. But I feel this is going to be like a tragedy of where people are going to make greater and greater mistakes, right? So she still marries Linton, right? She marries Edgar Linton. Um Something's going to happen. Something bad's going to happen. I feel it in my bones. I feel it in my jellies, as Ryan Reynolds as Pikachu would say. I feel it in my jellies that some shit's about to go down. And I mean, we're only like a third of the way through the book, I want to say. About a third, yeah. Um so yeah, no, I will say though, this is really interesting, this also, or I guess like the little, like the hints of, because this feels much more like a gothic novel in a little bit too, or well, this feels like a gothic novel in the sense like there's also like this haunting presence throughout the whole story, right? Because Kathy, Kathy showing up in the Kathy showing up in Lockwood's dream, and then Heathcliff calling out for her, and then Ellen saying like I don't want to hear about dreams because I'm kind of superstitious, and like all that kind of stuff. Like this very much the people that have died do haunt the narrative, which is really cool. Did you ever do the stretch for the stretch and hydrate? I did, yes. I did do that. I did that for Soren a little while ago, yeah. You um but I mean, you could always make me stretch and hydrate again. That's totally fair. Or you can make me exercise switch if you want to do that before you head out for the night. But yeah, if you have to head out because you gotta be up early, or you're heading out a bit early rather, go to sleep. Totally fair. But yeah. Um. But yeah, no. I'm just kind of here, just kind of like talking out loud about how I feel about the book. I just wanted to finish the reward request. Oh, gotcha. Thank you. I appreciate that, Switch. I let my request queue build up a fuck ton. Good night. Take care. Have a good one. But yeah, no. There's very much this feeling that the people of the past are haunting the narrative currently. Specifically, I think Catherine is like. I mean, that's why we had this big flashback sequence of Ellen telling us their story, right? They're very much like Catherine is the ghost of the narrative, at least the way I'm interpreting this. She is haunting the people that are left behind. It again, really interesting story, albeit infuriating in a couple of ways, just because Hindley's an asshole, Heathcliff's an asshole, Catherine as well is not a good person. They're all just terrible people. But also you can sense that these are also people. Like these are not people that are terrible in the sense like they're not cartoonishly stupid or evil in a sense. I would say like they're terrible. They're terrible people in the sense of like what a well written romance, like a romantic drama would sell them as. I guess is probably like the best way to put it. Um, because these are believably terrible people. I guess is the best way I can put it. Um, because because especially like in their youth, right? Heathcliff, Hendley, Catherine, Edgar, and Isabella, like it, by far extension of the story as well. They are like they're just all flawed individuals, and then so and again so are the adults too. The adults are deeply flawed, especially the adult versions of the characters. But yeah, no, I really do enjoy this story. I'm really enjoying it so far. I'm curious to read more of it. Uh, I'm hoping to read more on Thursday. Thursday, we will try to get through. I'm hoping another 4 chapters, but chapter 10 itself is like 20 pages long. So yeah, it's about 20 pages long. Chapter 11 Chapter 11 is also fairly long too. It's about 10. So it seems like as we're going, the chapter lengths get a little bit long, a little bit, yeah, get longer and longer. So next time we read, we might only read about 3 chapters. Because I'll be streaming late on Thursday, and I do have work on Friday. So I'm gonna probably only read 1 to 2 chapters, or well, 1 to 3 chapters if I can manage it. Before I have to try to go to bed. But yeah, we're gonna go ahead and call it here. One quick thing before I go to bed, I just wanted to rant about this. One thing I despise seeing a lot of the time, and I hate seeing it in my own pantry. It's one of the reasons why I like buying my own food, even though I live with my parents. Um, it's because I hate seeing stuff that is frankly kind of gross in the sense that it does not make sense why you go with this over the actual good stuff. So, specifically, for whatever reason, my family picks up reduced fat peanut butter. Reduced fat peanut butter is terrible. It doesn't taste as good. Two, it's full of a lot more sugar than regular peanut butter. Um, And three, it takes like when you reduce the fat, you're reducing the good fats too. Like they're like fats, in my opinion, are way better than carbs, right? You should have more fats. If you're gonna have more of one or the other, you should probably try to have more of the healthy fats than you would of just carbs. You know, that's just me. But yeah, no, reduced fat peanut butter is is by far like I like I like I like the full flavor of just standard peanut butter, and I like chunky peanut butter too. That's if somebody's gonna crucify me on something, it's the fact that I like chunky peanut butter and I like orange juice with pulp. I for whatever reason I know a lot of people really hate both of those things. I don't know what it is, but I love I love that. I love chunky peanut butter. I love orange juice with pulp. Um and yeah, I just think it's I like Peter Pan creamy honey roast peanut butter. I don't think I've ever heard of that. Honey roasted or honey roast peanut butter. That's interesting. Huh. Okay. Interesting. But yeah, I just wanted to rant about that.
don't even if the reduced fat peanut butter might sound good on paper, yeah, don't go for the reduced fat peanut butter. It just means you're getting more sugar and less of the good fats that you get from peanut butter. Just my humble opinion. If you want to be healthier about peanut butter, just don't use as much as you might want to use. Again, that's just my thing. That's just my thing. Again, I don't think reduced fat peanut butter tastes as good either. That just might be me though. But yeah, let's go ahead. Let's find somebody we can raid out into. Who can we go say hi to? Because I should not. Because I'm gonna try to get a shower in before it gets too late into the evening. Um. Mm, okay, so Rainbow and Master Axel are playing It Takes Two. Thino is playing Monster Hunter Stories 3. Uh, Alkivik is playing Bloodborne. Ooh, neat. Who else is going? Let's see. Elder Scrolls. Lou Almontes is playing Kerbal Space Program. Neat. Uh, let's see. Um, da, 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 da. Let's go say hi to Almontes. It's been a little while. Almontes has some pretty chill vibes, and I think it's always a fun time to raid into. So yeah, let's go say hi to Almontes BT. As always, guys, our raid message is going to be it's spicy snack time. We're gonna go say hi to Almontes. Raid message. It's spicy snack time. But yeah, I will be back on Thursday night, hopefully, where we will be continuing Wuthering Heights. Friday and Saturday, if I can muster up the courage, and I'm hoping I can, I will be playing through Dead Space, the original, because I owe you guys that for a Donathon goal from a little while ago. That's what I'm going to be doing between the reading streams. Is working my way through the Donathon stuff. I also might cut reading streams to only one a week just to try to get through those Donathon goals, especially if I'm going to play Alien Isolation on hard mode. Yeah. Um and I have to also play Outlast, son of a bitch. I have to play 3 scary games. Ugh. Dead Space looks fun, intense but fun. It is very intense but fun. I agree. Um, I got like halfway through it on my first playthrough, and I restarted a playthrough for you guys. So I don't know if I'm gonna restart the playthrough again, but yeah, we'll figure it out later. But yeah, have a good night, everybody. Buenas noches, hasta luego. See you all later. Have fun with Almontes. Bye.